And welcome to this course in which I'm going to show you for free how to build a blog, specifically a gaming blog, where you would be blogging about games. So if you're a gamer and if you've been doing this for a long time, then you know a heck of a lot of games, trust me. You know more games than probably game creators themselves. And so let that skill not go to waste, please. And here in this particular course, I'm going to teach you how you can make money from your passion. One way to actually make money from your passion is to basically play games. You have people, I'm not really knowledgeable about the subject of gaming, but you have people playing games on Twitch, on basically YouTube, and they're making a lot of money. And the thing here, most of you would say, well, they started a long time ago, and at that time the possibilities were still not the same as now. Now the market is overcrowded, but actually playing games is not the only way you could make money from games. Now, with the advent of ChatGPT, and I'll tell you why I mentioned ChatGPT in a second, not in a minute, but in a second, because most of you watching this would think that I have actually written all of these blog posts myself. And in reality, I didn't write anything. All of these blog posts that you see inside, for instance, if we go inside this blog post here, I didn't write them at all. All of these blog posts can actually be written using ChatGPT, and I can show you how to do that. That's the best part about this, is that I can show you how to do that. Now, the blog itself is very simple. It's based on an idea or a principle of just putting whatever is trending in the gaming world. Now, you might be asking, well, how do we find what's trending? Actually, if you have a Reddit account, a social media account, if you pay attention to what's happening on social media, then you would know which games are new games and which games have the highest, view, or games that have the highest interest. And my advice to you would be to start creating content regarding those games that have the highest interest and are trending. It's always important to follow trends. For instance, let's say that right now, a specific game is to be launched. And if I were you, I would have created a lot of blogs regarding that specific games, because I know that a lot of people would want to read about it. Now, as it happens, creating a blog itself is not the only thing, right? Because you're required to learn how can you create a website like this, and how can you put ads on your website? How can you be profitable of this thing? Because you can create a website, and still, if you lack the knowledge of knowing how to make it profitable, you would not make it profitable. And that's what this course is about. I'm going to teach you not only how to create a stunning WordPress website and how to create an SEO optimized article about games. Even though I suck at gaming, I don't know anything about games. I only know how to use artificial intelligence and tools to write stuff about stuff that I don't know, right? So that's one of my skills, and I can transfer that skill to you if you pay attention in this free course. Now, this is a free course. Don't think that I'm going to require you to pay for anything. Everything here is for free. It's all yours. You can take it. And yeah, it's true. Okay, so now this is the website. This is how it is built. You can see. Now let me click accept all to accept the cookies. Take that out of the way. And here you can see the logo. You can see a menu here with some categories: news, PC, PS4. And for each category you can create blogs about games regarding that specific category. And even you can put videos of, let's say, for example, you are a gamer and you play games in your spare time. You can put videos about the games that you play and about your milestones, I should say, and your achievements. Over here, you can link to your Facebook, you can link to your Twitch, you can link to your YouTube. And this is how the website looks. If I scroll down, you can see an ad over here, which if people click on and if they go and make a purchase, you make money. Of course, this ad over here has nothing to do with the topic of gaming, because if you're going to be creating blogs about games, then it is highly recommended to go and submit your application for affiliate programs specific to games. All right, so mainly go and check platforms that sell games, or they sell PC digital games for money, and you can make some profit in return. Now let me continue scrolling down over here. You can see that it's just a maze of blogs, which is interesting. And the images actually are what's going to capture people, the images and the headings or the headlines. Now, and you can see over here, for instance, there is an ad over here. If I click this ad, well, actually it took me nowhere, but let me click this ad over here. If I click this, it will take me to Theme Forest. And if people purchase something here, I'll make money. And that's one of the ways that you can make money. You can make money from AdSense, but you can also make money from affiliate programs. Because I get asked this a lot in my Udemy courses, and a lot of students ask me, well, I got disapproved by Google AdSense, I wasn't accepted, how can I make money now? And the thing here is you don't really need Google AdSense, all right? Let me give you a clue here. Now, for instance, in my case, I'm an affiliate marketer, right? This is what I do. And so this is just one of the programs that I'm actually joined at. You know, you can see over here on App Impact, I have a lot of programs that I'm affiliated with, and this is just a brief list of them. And this is actually one of the affiliate programs that I'm promoting. And so when you're an affiliate, you don't require AdSense to put ads on your website because your affiliate platform or program are going to give you what they call assets. And these assets are either images of ads, which I can show you how to incorporate on a website, or in some cases, they are code. Okay, so you take this code and you embed it on your site without having to go and become, you know, a Google AdSense member or get approved for Google AdSense. So that's one thing. Now, in our case, I'm going to give you the full package. Let me continue scrolling down over here. You can still see some ads all across, some ads at the bottom, an interesting footer. And over here, you can see this sign up letter, which people can actually give their email addresses if they want to receive your newsletter. And later on, I can show you even how to create newsletter emails using ChatGPT without knowing anything about ads or about newsletters, I'm sorry. Now, for instance, here, if I click on this particular blog, this is going to take me over here to this blog, which is about The Witcher 3, Wild Hunt for PlayStation 4. And even inside that blog, you can still see some ads over there, right? You can still see some ads. And if people click on these ads, I generally make money from them. Now, I can show you how you can create these particular blogs. And interestingly, with this theme that we're using, people are going to be able to share your content on Facebook. They're going to be able to share it on Twitter so that you can get more word of mouth that way. And trust me when I tell you this, this is a pretty good business model. And not just because I'm telling you this, but because now with AI, it has become more accessible and much easier to create highly optimized SEO content with low plagiarism. And I can show you how you can check against plagiarism to make sure that your content is 100% non-plagiarized, which means that Google can do nothing to you because your content is going to be completely legal. Now, there is a debate out there around, if Google approves AI content, or does it actually pick up on AI content, or can it even understand when a content is AI generated or not? And I really don't believe that to be the case. I really don't believe that to be the case because they can't do that because everybody is using ChatGPT, right? You can't stop the entire world. You can't or discipline the entire world and sanction everyone. Now, since everyone is using ChatGPT, you get people as famous as Tom Bilyeu, and he speaks about this in one of his podcasts. Actually, I was listening to it the other day, and he mentions that they are using ChatGPT to write their blog posts and their emails. And not only him, you have a bunch of people doing the same thing. And so me, coming from the background as a copywriter, I used to make good money copywriting. And that actually was one of my side hustles, which made me good money. I'm not complaining about it. It was really good money. And I used to charge as much as $100 per blog post back in the day. But now with the advent of ChatGPT, I really saw the decline. I saw that most websites are not really interested in my services anymore. And so right now, in this day and age, what everyone should be more interested in is to create websites like these and to start making money from ad revenue or from affiliate marketing revenue. Because the thing here now is that content creation is not a myth anymore. It is solved. Okay, so there used to be a time where content creation was a thing of the guys that or the girls that knew how to write SEO content. Now you don't have to be an SEO expert because I can show you how to use artificial intelligence to write content better than those SEO experts do. And so follow up with me. Next, I'm going to show you the two only things that you will require to build a website. And trust me, the process is going to be faster. The course itself is very comprehensive, has everything you need, and it's going to enable you to polish your WordPress skills. Now, to simplify stuff for you, in order to create a website, you need two major things. First thing is you need a domain. Second thing is you need a web hosting. So what exactly is a domain? Now, for instance, if I were to say that my website's name is Game Paradise, right? GameParadise.com. Game Paradise is my actual domain. .com is the extension, right? And so Game Paradise is the domain, or as it is called, the domain name. And the domain name has to do with your logo, with your brand colors, with what we call in design brand guidelines. And usually you need to really make your domain highly recognizable and easy to memorize. This is something I learned from marketing gurus so far. And I realized that that's true because just picture yourself and try to empathize with this. If a domain was named like this, 1214414223. Now, normally, if you didn't purchase a domain, this is what was going to be shown. People are going to see your IP address. They're not going to see the domain name. They're going to see the IP address of that domain, of that website. And so hardly anybody can actually remember their phone number. And I can't really picture those people remembering the IP address of all the websites that they really like. And so domain names make it simpler for people to remember a particular website, right? So if I talk about fitness, then people would say bodybuilding.com, Healthline. And so those are the brands that come up. If I talk about the topic of journalism, then you have the top New York Times name pops up, CNBC, Fox. If I talk about sports websites, you remember Fox Sports, Fox News. And so, yeah, this is the thing. Your domain is your brand. And particularly with this course, the beautiful thing is that you're going to get a domain for free, right? So you're going to get a domain for free with the web hosting that we're going to use. We're going to use the Hostinger web hosting, which is basically at $2.99 per month. But if you use my coupon code Passive Income Gen Z, you will actually be able to get the hosting for $2.69. So you're going to be getting 10% extra off the original price, which if you follow the logic, trust me, it's a big deal. So you're going to save 10% off and you're going to get a free domain. And so right now, let's dive right to it and let's go and get not the domain, let's start with the web hosting. And of course, once we get the web hosting, they're going to give us the domain for free and we're going to get to name it whatever we like. I have a name for it, Game Paradise. I'm pretty sure that it is a taken domain, but let's try, hey? I mean, if we find that Gamers Paradise is not yet taken, then we could take it. If it's taken, then we just we'll chill. I mean, we have nothing else to do. So let's go ahead and get the hosting. All right, so why is it that I'm actually telling you to go ahead and with the Hostinger hosting, right? So, and why not others? Why not GoDaddy? Why not maybe HostGator? Why not Bluehost? I'm pretty sure you've already heard, if you're interested in creating a website, I'm pretty sure you already heard about a lot of possibilities out there, okay? And let me tell you, I've built a bunch of domains in my life, and I do this for a living, okay? So not part-time, but 80% of the time, if I'm not making videos, I'm actually developing websites for people. And I'm actually doing web development work. Of course, I have other stuff that I'm doing online, but most of my money comes from my side hustles, and one of them is building websites for people. And I also have my own website, which is a coupon website, and in which I share coupons, and that pretty much is a very legitimate, good money-making business, by the way. And if you ask me, I could probably create a course around how to create a coupon business if you'd like. Just leave me that or drop that in the comments section, and I would gladly do it. All right, so why Hostinger? Now, for example, here, let's compare Hostinger with Bluehost. But first of all, let's just go and have a look at the package here and at the pricing of Hostinger. Now, as promised, Hostinger is $2.99 per month. But if you use my coupon code Passive Income Gen Z, you would get the hosting for $269, 10% off or extra 10% off. Now, over here, you have 3 packages. The first package is the single web hosting. I don't recommend you to take this one unless you only want to host one website, because particularly here, if you look at the top features, here they're only offering you one website to host on the hosting, so you can't host more. Second of all, you get only 50 gigabytes of SSD storage and a limited bandwidth of just 100 gigabytes, and you don't get a free domain, which is valued at $9.99. Now, if you move to the other plan, which is relatively not so expensive compared to the first plan or the single web hosting plan, but this plan on the other side gives you access to create up to 100 websites, right? You get 100 gigabytes of SSD storage. And to those of you who might want to know, well, what is an SSD storage, by the way? We've been hearing you say this since the morning. You didn't explain it. Go ahead and explain it. And okay, I can explain it. So for instance here, this website might be sized anywhere between 200 megabytes and 300 megabytes at the most, because we're not using so many videos, and most of what we have here are images and text. So websites like videos, like files, they have a size because a website generally is composed of videos, of text, of a bunch of stuff, of images. And so that's why a website also has a size. And that size is calculated in megabytes, gigabytes, whatever you want to use. Now, like I said here, this website doesn't exceed 200 megabytes. Over here, they give you the capacity of hosting up to 100 gigabytes. 100 gigabytes. So you could probably host 100 websites like this one easy, and you'd not have any problem. Now, the thing here is you get unlimited bandwidth, and this is where it gets really good compared to other hosting platforms. Now, if I go, for example, and look for Bluehost, which is also a relatively good hosting provider, but Bluehost is actually not just expensive, but just look at the features here. Now, over here, if I scroll down, the SSD storage for their Choice Plus plan is only 40 gigabytes. That's the first thing, right? So here, Hostinger, they're offering you 100 gigabytes in SSD storage. So you get more storage. Second of all is here, you don't get unlimited bandwidth, which means that you only get a limited number of visits per month. Now here, for this particular plan, you have a limit, which is 15,000 visitors per month. And you actually here will pay $2.95 per month for the basic plan. And if you exceed 15,000 visitors, your website is going to be slow as heck. So people visiting your website are going to find it very difficult. Very, very difficult to basically, go and do stuff and read blogs. And it's going to be very slow if it exceeds 15,000 visitors. Now, when compared to the other plan, which is the Plus plan, $5.44 or $45. Come on. 5.45. All right. And here you get 50,000 visitors, and that's your max. If you make more, it doesn't mean that your website is going to crash, but it means that your website is going to be a really poor customer experience because there's a lot of pressure on it. And so you see yourself forced to upgrade. If you want to get more traffic, or if your website gets a lot of traffic, you need to upgrade and keep upgrading. And this is not the case with Hostinger, because Hostinger actually offers you unlimited bandwidth. Okay, that's pretty awesome. Now over here, let me see more, or let's just compare some of the other stuff here. Now we talked about the visits per month, the SSD storage, and all that stuff. Let's talk about the SSL. Now, when it comes to the SSL, it's true here. They're saying it's an unlimited SSL. Now, the only issue I have with that is that the SSL is not integrated with this price over here. Want me to give you an example? Okay, no problem. Let me select the Choice Plus, since it's the only decent, or it's only decent to select the Choice Plus, because if we select anything else, it's not going to be a good thing. And over here, you can even create a new domain or use a domain that you have. I'm not going to get into that. I'm just going to click I'll create my domain later. And right here, let me scroll down and take you to see this. Right now, single domain SSL. Now, if you want this single domain SSL, you have to check this box, and they will actually charge you $39.99 extra. Now with Hostinger, when they're telling you that you're going to pay $2.99, and if you add, or if you take away the 10% off, that will leave you with $2.69. You're actually getting the entire package. So you're getting free SSL, you're getting free domain, unlimited bandwidth, and you're getting everything without having to put any more extra prices. Now, with Bluehost, there are extra prices, right? So for instance here, the site lock security. You can see that they have billed you the site lock security. Here as well, the single domain SSL. You have it as well. And so you get to pay extra stuff. And so overall, for a 12 months plan, it's at 141.27. And so if we do the math, if we use a calculator here, and if we just do the math, I'm poor at math here, but just forgive me. It's 141.27. And if we divide that by 12, it's going to give us, well, actually, I didn't really write the number as I should. Let's write 141.27 divided by 12. All right, so that leaves us with 1177, which is, if you do the math, if you divide this by, okay, so let me divide it by 2.69, that's precisely 5 times more. So here, in this case, I prefer Hostinger. Now, there are other hosting providers that will actually charge you the same price as Hostinger, but in my opinion, I would really go with Hostinger because I've really tried many of these hosting providers, and I found that the only difference is not in the price. It's actually in my experience with the website. And after really experiencing with Hostinger and experiencing with Bluehost and other providers, I found less problems with my Hostinger websites than I found with my other websites. For instance, let me give you an example. It happened to me just recently. I was building this website for a client. It's a print-on-demand website. And I couldn't connect my website to Printful for some reason. And I thought that that thing would happen once, but the issue is that when I tried once more, it happened with another client, and that really pissed me off entirely. So I decided, okay, I'm never going to use that hosting plan. But when I tried Hostinger, there was no problem. I'm connecting my Printful account to my WordPress dashboard very easily. And so there's not really many problems there. So I'm going to go ahead over here and add this to cart, right? At $2.99, of course, I'm going to apply the coupon, which is going to be at $2.69. And that's pretty awesome, right? So let me scroll down over here. Now here, 48 months plan at $2.99, and you get 2 months for free. Now, if I scroll down over here, and if I apply my coupon code, which is passive income Gen Z, let me click on apply. Now, with the coupon code 10% extra off, we get 48 months at $129.17. And over here on the other side, with Bluehost, 12 months at $141. So you're getting 4 times more hosting with less money, right? So that's what I'm trying to tell you here. If you're really keen on making sure that you don't invest a lot into a hosting that is really reliable, then this one is really good for you. So in my case here, I'm not going to go for the 48-month plan. I'm going to go with the 12-month plan, And so I'm going to click over here. The coupon, I hope that it's going to be still applied. Let me just see. All right, so the coupon is still applied. And you can see over here that you can get this for $32.29 for 12 months, including the SSL, including, of course, the domain, unlimited bandwidth, everything we talked about. Now over here, you have different payment methods. You can pay with credit card, you can pay with PayPal, Google Pay, Alipay, CoinGate. You have multiple payment options. I'm going to go ahead with PayPal for convenience, but you can go with the method that you prefer. I just chose to go for PayPal. So I'm going to go ahead and submit secure payment for this and see you on the other side. All right, so right after you pay for the hosting, you will be redirected to the H panel or the Hostinger panel. Now here is where you're going to be able to access your domains. You're going to be able to access your emails, to modify your billing, to do all of your stuff. And for precision, Hostinger actually calls their panel H panel, and it's actually the only platform that has their own cPanel named after the company's name or the company's first letter or of the brand Hostinger. So most other companies or most other providers of hosting, they have what we know as the cPanel, all right? And for Hostinger, we have the H panel. Now here, if I click this is going to take me over here to the service or to the, I would say, how can I help you section. And right here, let me show you how you can contact the support using the chat, because it's important that you know how to contact support if anything or any problem arises. Now, if I continue to click on these answers or on these questions, they're going to show me this, and I can actually send them an email, or I can click chat now, in which case they're going to open up this chat bot, and I can actually send a message by clicking on messages. And in this case, if there is any problem, these people are going to respond to me and they'll find a solution to the problem that I have. The reason why I say this is because as a beginner, especially, you're certainly going to run into some technical problems at the beginning because you're just starting out, especially if you were using a different hosting provider before. And so you would need to know where to get help if you want to get it, all right? So that's the thing. Now, I want to get my free domain, so I'm going to go ahead over here and click on Home. And let me go ahead over here and click on Claim a Domain. Now, let's claim the domain before we set up the hosting or install WordPress on our website. Now, like I said, I would like for this domain to be named Gamers Paradise. So let me just go ahead and see if this is still there. Because to many of you out there, many of you guys out there who don't know this, but actually domains are not available all the time. So especially these domains that come quick to mind, for example, Gamers Bay, Gamers Paradise. Most of the time these domains are taken because if I had thought of it, then somebody else has thought of it before me and have purchased it. So let me go ahead and just out of curiosity type Gamers Paradise, even though I do know that this would be taken. But if I search for Gamers Paradise here, let me click on check availability, and you can see that they weren't really nice to me, and they said that this domain is already taken, which makes me want to cry right now. Just kidding, I knew the outcome. So let me add a letter, or not a letter, a number, and let's see if for this. All right, so after adding the number 1, you can see that we found this domain available, so I can go ahead and click on Claim Domain and get the domain. All right, so that's one way to do it. Now, of course, I can keep this logo now because my website is named Gamer Paradise 1. And here, click on Finish Registration to finish your registration. It's going to take just a little bit of time, so be patient. And right now, I'm going to click on Continue to just continue ahead. And this is getting simple after this. Now, sometimes they will require you to verify your domain by sending you an email. And so how would you know this? You'd know it when you see over here that your email verification status is not verified. Now, in my case, for this domain, they didn't see it necessary to send me any link to verify the domain. But sometimes they will if you use certain names that are risky. For example, if you use Movies Hub or something regarding the topic of movies or sports or something like that, or health, they might want to send you an email to make sure that they're dealing with a real person, and most importantly, to make sure that you sign a form. It's just a form that you will sign digitally by agreeing to their terms and conditions. And right then and there, they'll verify your account and your domain will be live. Now, in our case over here, we didn't have to run through that. So I'm just going to click on websites over here. And let me go ahead and set up this. Now, you can see over here, I have 3 websites that I hosted over here. I'm going to click on hosting. And over here, don't bother with this. Normally, you wouldn't see this, but I see this because I have 3 websites hosted in the same hosting package. And that shows you that you can host 100 websites on the same hosting. So you can get as many domains and host them here. And you don't have to purchase the hosting again. You can use the same hosting for 100 websites. Now over here, I'm going to click on this setup button. And let me go ahead and install WordPress. Click on Start Now over here. Click on Create a New Website. Click on WordPress. And right here, give yourself a password. Now this password is going to be what you will use to reach the dashboard, right? So make sure that you use a password that you will remember. And ideally, the password for your Hostinger hPanel should be the same as the password that you use to access the dashboard. So I'm going to go ahead and type a password and click on continue here. All right, so continue. Right here, they're going to prompt you to install some plugins. Just scroll down to the bottom and click on skip. I'll manage plugins later. Here, they're going to try to prompt you to select a theme. Now, fortunately, we already know what theme we're going to be using, so we don't really need these themes over here. I just want you to click skip. I don't need a template. And here, choose the domain. Now, it's Gamer's Paradise. It's already selected. Now, in case you have an existing domain that you want to add over here, you can do that. So, for instance, let's say that you have a domain that you've purchased from GoDaddy. You can come in here and put it here. Let's say that you have bought it from Namecheap. You can come in here, click the select option here, and paste your domain in there. Of course, they're going to require you to point your domain's name servers from the servers of the website from which you've purchased your domain initially to the name servers of Hostinger. But that entire process is not going to take you a long time, since Hostinger has a very comprehensive blog that will walk you through that. Now, because I'm not intending to use an existing domain, I'm just going to click here on the first option and let's go. Now over here, my server location is North America. Now, don't mess up with the server location. Just leave it as it is. It doesn't mean that you can't change it, because you can, but just don't change it. Leave it like that and click on Finish Setup. Now, if I click on Finish Setup, right now, WordPress is going to get installed on my website. If you scroll down, you can see the setup is building up. And so we're done with this. So only have to wait until it loads to 100% to access our WordPress dashboard. All right, so after you install WordPress, you can click Edit Your Website to access the WordPress dashboard. And so right now you can see the Cloudflare protection kind of going. So you can click here to make sure that you are human. And that's pretty good. Now, this is a good thing that they're doing this, because they're making sure that anyone visiting your website is a real human. Now over here, this is the preview of the website as they're telling you here. And right here, we are on the Gutenberg editor. So let me explain to you kind of what the Gutenberg editor is and how you can use it. Now, the Gutenberg editor is a block editor. So you can use it to edit pages. You can use it, most importantly, and this is what we're going to use it for, is to edit posts, okay? Posts. Now, we also have the classic editor, but in this instance, or in this case, we're not going to be using the classic editor. And by the way, Gutenberg has a very interesting functionality, which is that inside of Gutenberg, you can use the classic editor's block. So if I search over here for classic editor, you can see that you can even use the classic editor inside of Gutenberg, which is amazing. A lot of people are complaining, I want to use the classic editor, I want to use the classic editor, because back when Gutenberg was released, a lot of people were complaining that the classic editor is better, and they didn't know why this release and why Gutenberg has become the default editor on WordPress. And, you know, so many people were angry. Believe me, if you go and search for it, you're going to find people angry and shouting at forums. But in my case, I don't know about everyone else, but I just happen to like Gutenberg. I think it's a pretty good blog editor, and you'll come to like it as well. Now, to introduce Gutenberg properly over here, if I click, this is the title of the post. And usually the title of the post should be and must be an H1. So I'm going to go ahead, open up a text pad over here because we're going to talk SEO. And so you need to know what I'm talking about over here. Now, a post has a title, and that title is an H1, known also as header number 1. Now, there can only be one H1 on a website. So, and usually that's the title. You can't make anything else H1. Now, you can also create other headers going from H1 to, of course, we said H1 is only 1, and to H6. So you have H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. Those are all the headings that you can use. Sorry, it's not the header, it's actually heading. And those are all the headings that you can use on your website. Of course, you have to respect SEO standards here because, like I said, for H1, you can only use it once, right? H2, in my opinion, you should follow the number and also only use it twice. H3, you can use it up to 4 times, or even up to 5, let's say from 3 to 5. And when it comes to H4, you should use it for 2 to 4 times. When it comes to H5, I highly recommend you to use it 2 to 3 times. And for H6, it's highly recommended to only use it 2 times, once for the frequently asked question block or section, and the other is for the conclusion heading. Now, over here, this is what composes a blog post. Of course, you have the meta tags, or meta. I'll start first of all with the meta title. Let's start with the meta description, and of course the URL. So for instance, over here, if I go to Google and if we search for, let's say, Bluehost. Now, if we search for Bluehost, what's going to happen here is if I scroll down, this result, you can see there's a URL, there's a title, and this is what we call the meta description of a post. Now, a post should be optimized for what we call the focus keyword or focus key phrase, whatever you'd like to use. They are similar. Focus key phrase. Now, the focus key phrase is what you want to rank for or what you would like to rank for. Now, for instance, Bluehost wants to rank for Bluehost because they have branded themselves as Bluehost. Hostinger, for example, wants to be known and wants to rank for Hostinger so that whenever someone searches for the term Hostinger, they will be found. And so, for instance, here, if we access the Hostinger website, you'll notice that Hostinger will appear, right? So most of the times here, so especially in blogs, you'll find that blogs are highly optimized for the term Hostinger. Not so much the homepage, because the homepage is really just the homepage. But if you go, for example, to their blog section, if you read blogs about them, you would find that they have a lot of mentions of Hostinger. And you'd find that even blogs of their affiliates contain the term Hostinger in them because that's necessary to stand out and to actually be ranked for that term. So a key thing is, if you want to rank for the keyword potatoes, you have to use the keyword potatoes in your posts, right? You have to use it in your posts. There is no way around that. So we talked about the focus key phrase now. Pretty much we've covered everything. And the focus key phrase ideally should be integrated in the title. It should be integrated in the headings, not all of them, but most of them. It should also be integrated in the meta description, and if possible, it should be integrated in the URL of your website, which will help improve your website. Also, if you're going to use images inside of your blog post, then it's preferable and recommended to integrate the focus key phrase in those images alt text, which I'm going to show you later on. And so right now, let me go ahead and talk about the blog elements or the blog features of Gutenberg. Now, if I click enter, right now what's going to happen, you can see that I can add a new block. So if I just click the plus button over here, I can add a bunch of blocks. I can add the paragraph block. I can add the classic block. I can add the image block. I can add all of these. Now let's say, for example, I want to add a paragraph. If I click on paragraph over here, they've added the paragraph block, and I can go ahead and write whatever I want. I can say this is a paragraph, right? And so for instance, over here, we have a paragraph. Let's say you want to make it bold. You have to select, all right, let's correct that first. Click on here and make it bold. Right now it is bold. Let's say I want to make it bold and italic. I can do that, right? Let's say that I want to take away the bold and italic effects. I can just select this and click here, and it will come back to normal. Let's say, for example, I want to change the background. I don't like the paragraph to be displayed in a white background. I want it to be displayed in a different background. Let's say a green background. I can click right here, and you can see we have green colors. But let's say you don't like these colors. Let's say you want to use a different color. You can click here to customize your color, and you can choose the color from here and make it custom. And you can see right now what's going to happen is specifically the background color has now become particularly green. Now let's say, for example, you want to take this text, and now that the background is green, you want to make it white. I can do that. Let's say that it doesn't really look good. I can add the bold effect to make it look sharp. And here we have Grammarly to edit the grammatical mistakes. Now, Grammarly is a tool that I highly recommend you to go and install. It's actually an extension that you can install on Google Chrome. And what it will help you do is it will help you check for grammatical errors. So if I click over here on Grammarly, you can see that you can install this extension, no problem. It's very easy. Just go here and search for the extension. Basically, just go ahead and install it. But generally speaking, that's what you do if you want to install that extension. And what it will do once installed, it will start to give you suggestions. So if you make a mistake, for example, here, let me make a mistake. Let me write paragraph, but let me write it with 2 H's. Now, if I do that, just look. If I go to the next line, you can see now that I have a mistake and I can correct it with Grammarly. And this is the correct way to write this. So Grammarly will help you considerably improve your copy. It will help you considerably put dots where you should and commas where you should, since that's the nightmare of most copywriters. Many people don't really know their way around that. Now, let's suppose I want to add a link and I want to use this keyword to link to a specific website. I can click on paragraph and click over here on this link. And let me, for example, go and get a dummy link. Let's get this link, this not Grammarly. Well, let's go out. Actually, let me go and get the Namecheap link. And I can just get the URL, copy, come back over here and paste, and click over here to make sure this opens up in a new tab so that when people click on the term paragraph, instead of opening up a window inside of this window, what's going to happen is the results are going to be opened in a new tab. And so if you click over here, this will be submitted, and now we have a link. Now, let's suppose that you don't want to add a paragraph, you want to add other elements. You click here on this plus button. And by the way, you can actually add blocks not just from here, but you can also add blocks from here by clicking this toggle block inserter, and you can see that you have different blocks now. Now, some of you might be thinking, why is it that there are so many blocks when we clicked here and not so many blocks when we clicked here? And the answer to that question is that it's the same except for we didn't utilize this option here. So if you click here, you can click browse all and it will give you all of the blocks. Now you can see there is a heck of a lot of blocks over here. We're not going to use all of them. I'm going to close this. So I'm going to click on here. But right now, one thing here is you can see that this little sidebar has disappeared. Now to get it back, click on settings, it will come back because we really need it. Now if you click on the plus button over here, let's say that you want to add a heading. Click on the heading, and over here you can change the heading number from H2 to H1 if you like. The only issue is that we have told that there can only be one H1, and that is the title of the post. And as it happens, the title of this post is Hello World, and so I'm going to change this back to H2. Now you can come in here and you can write whatever you want. Let me just click, right? And I can come in and say, for example here, this is a heading 2. And if I scroll down, let's say, for example, I want to add the heading number 3. I can just come in here, click heading. And let's say I want to change this to H3. I can come in here and say this is a heading. Now here, number 3. And if I select the heading, I can also add links inside of that heading. So I can take a specific word or the entire heading, and I can link it back to a specific page if I want to. I can do the same thing I did with the paragraph with the heading. I can take the heading, can change its background to this green color, for example, if you want. I can even go as far as manipulating the size of the heading over here by selecting it. You can see down below the typography here. I can make it XXXL, and you can see right now that the size has grown considerably bigger. I'm going to get it back to medium, and you can see the size has now shrinked because I guess the size that was used was the large size, or I think even bigger. And over here, you can change this, right? So you can come in here, come to the appearance. You can make it black. You can make it extra bold, right? You can actually uppercase. You can make it lowercase. You can make it capitalize. So for example, let's say that I want to capitalize all of the words inside of this heading. I can click here, and you can see that this has been capitalized. If I want to get it back to default, I can do that. You can click on dimensions here to explore more. So you can add padding, margin, but padding and margin are basically just if I just take you here and show you what I'm talking about, let's say, for example, that you want to just reduce the space, you can do this. You can just manipulate this all you want. And margin is a little bit different because it means the margin between the elements, right? And padding is basically the margin inside, right? So here, if you click on advanced, we have some other options here. You can add some HTML anchors. You can add some additional CSS. I'm not going to be interested in that. So let's go ahead. Let me click to add another block. This time, let me add an image. So I can click here and add an image, and I can upload an image from my own library by coming here. Now I have a lot of images, trust me on that. So here, if I just go and get any kind of image, let me go and get, for instance, this one. And over here on the image, what I can do is I can make it smaller, I can make it bigger, I can make it even bigger than the original size of it. And most importantly here, I can manipulate the aspect of the image. I can make it rounded or default. And I can come in here and add an alt text. Now we spoke about the alt text, and the reason why alt texts are important is to actually make your website ADA compliant. Now people with disabilities can't actually read an image, okay? So they can't read an image. And one practice is to make sure that you enable them to easily interpret what the image is. And so when you add the alt text, what happens is, let's say these people are using Google to translate a blog, because that's what people with disabilities do when they want to read a blog. So they use Google and it reads to them the text. But when it comes to images, especially images that don't have an alt text, Google cannot say what that image is. So when you add an alt text that defines what the image is, you make it easier for them to understand what the image is. And trust me on this, because a lot of people might be thinking, well, I don't really see the benefit of this. You know, come on. I mean, it's not really a big of a deal to add what the image is about. the thing here is you could get yourself sued for a lawsuit, and trust me, they can sue you for not being ADA compliant. And you can go and search for this. If you don't believe me, please go ahead and search for it. I'm just telling you to do this because as an SEO expert, I need to make sure that my website is ADA compliant before anything else, because I can be the best SEO expert out there, but if I miss out on some of this stuff, I can get myself into a problem. Yeah, it's actually, some people might even call it a problem that's not really something we did intentionally, but hey, there is a law that actually protects people with disabilities and will stand with them if they decide to sue you for not adding alt text that describes what the images in your website are all about. So I'm just giving you that lesson here. Now, for instance here, this image is about Marvel Guardians of the Galaxy. And so now what's going to happen is when people are reading through, especially people with disabilities, when they're reading through your blog using Google, when it comes to this image, Google is going to be it's going to be easy for Google to read to them what the image is about. When it's going to come to here, it's going to say there is an image that shows the Marvel Guardians of the Galaxy, okay? And you make sure here that you are ADA compliant. Now, if I click over here on the plus button, we can add a whole host of other stuff. I can add a bullet list. So if I click here, this is a bullet list now. Now, if I add, let's say this is a bullet list. Let's say I want to turn this into not a bullet list, but a numbered list. I can click over here and you can see that I have the option to make it a numbered list. And so now if I click on enter, what's going to happen is I can enter the second item on the list and the list goes on. If I click over here, I can remove the entire item and I can click back again and remove this. Now I'm going to have to force it. And you can see that we can add a lot of stuff. Now let's say, for example, that you want to add a Twitter post. You can come in here, use the Twitter, and you can just use this and drag and drop the Twitter block. Go and find your tweet. So I'm going to go here, for instance, and find maybe a Elon Musk tweet. And we can actually use this tweet, put it here. So if I go, for example, here, let me just show you this in action. Let me just go for a second. And we can find the tweet. We can go and get the URL and we can paste it there. Right, so here, for example, this is a tweet. Let's click on it. Let me get the URL. And if I go back to Gutenberg, I can paste my URL, click on embed, just wait for a second here, and boom, my tweet is going to appear, right? And you can see that same as on Twitter, this appears just the same as a tweet on Twitter. Let's say that you want to add something about Facebook. Well, I think let's just do a research here. Or a YouTube video. Let's just add a YouTube video. You can drag and drop. Go and find your video. So go to YouTube. All right, let me go to my channel, for example, here. Let me paste one of my tutorials that I have on my channel. And I can easily come back in here and just paste them. Right, so here it's taking a little bit of time to show. By the way, please give me a shout out on my channel here, and let me just click over here. And if I go and take the URL by copying it, if I go back, now I can scroll down and paste the URL right here. And if I click on embed, right, guess what? You can see exactly what I'm talking about here. So a YouTube video is going to pop out. Let me first of all click here. Now it's taking a little bit of time. And at the bottom of the video, you can add a caption. Now it's taking time because my tutorial is a 5-hour tutorial. So maybe we're going to have to go and find a much shorter video. Let me go back here. All right, actually it appeared, but let's say that you want to add a caption to let people know what this video is about. You can come in here and say how to create a food blog using WordPress for beginners. And there you go. So you can actually do this pretty easy, huh? Now, if I click on the plus button over here, there's a lot of stuff that you can do. You can add quotes. Let's say, for example, that you like a quote and you want to show it inside of your post. You can come in here and say, for example, Muhammad Ali, or say, nothing is impossible by Muhammad Ali. Now, actually, a lot of people said that nothing is impossible, but Muhammad Ali was one of the people that said it, and it really stands out because he's a legend. Now, you can add a bunch of other stuff. You can even add code. So, for example, here, let me show you something really interesting. I would want you first to go and open up a chatgpt window, and I will ask chatgpt to write some HTML code about a BMR calculator. I want you to create an HTML code for a BMR calculator that I want to put on one of my blogs. And right now it's going to go ahead, right? It's going to write the HTML code. And after it does, I can come and take that HTML code. Well, first of all, let me come back over here and let me show you how to incorporate some HTML here. So if you click the plus button, go and search for code. And right here you get this, not the short code one and not the custom HTML. Use this one, code. And just drag and drop it. Well, actually it slipped from me, so I'm going to have to go back here, get it back. Right, it's not really working. Let me just click on it. Clicking on it is also a way that you can put it here. You don't have to always drag and drop stuff. And so let me go back over here and hopefully the code is ready. Right, so this is the code. And this BMR will actually enable people to calculate their body weight, to use their body weight to calculate some, right? So let me just see why the code is not getting executed here. Right, so there's the code. I mean, we have copied the code, but let me just try something else. Let me delete this, remove code. Let me try adding the custom HTML instead of the code, because I think that's what we should add. So here, if we add the HTML, let me click on preview here, and you can see that this is what people are going to be able to see, right? So if I update my blog, my post, I can come in here and click on preview in a new tab. And what's going to happen is this is not just going to be a blog, right? So here they're saying that I'm not allowed to preview drafts. All right, so because it's still a draft, okay. So now it's updated. Let me click on preview. Right, no wonder. Right, let me click on update. There is a bug here, but let me just click on open. I don't know why I'm not able to access this, right? So here, if I click, normally this post was published. I don't know why I can't access it, but normally we'll see to that problem later. But anyways, if people visit your page or this blog here, what they're going to be able to see is this BMR calculator, right? And they will be able to choose their gender, give their age, their height, their weight, and they will be able to calculate their BMR. Now, these tools are really handy to have on your website, especially if you're operating in a niche of health and fitness. And you'll find that most of these big brands already have them incorporated on their website because they're really important and they really do help to get some free traffic, because people, if you have this is a feature, this is a tool that you offer them for free to calculate their BMR. So that's also something that you can do to improve. But I'm just showing you what you can do here with Gutenberg. You can do a lot of stuff. Now let me just see some of the other stuff that I can share with you here. Blocks. They're not showing me the rest of the blocks here for some reason. Let me click here. This has gotten a little bit out of hand. All right, let me go ahead and delete this custom URL, custom HTML. Let me click here, browse all, scroll down. And so now I can see some more blocks. And so you can add a bunch of blocks. You can add audios. You can add buttons. You can add a lot of stuff. You can add a separator, categories lists, short code, a lot of stuff you can do here. It's just crazy what you can do. even though I don't really necessarily use most of this stuff, because when we're using or when we're editing the website pages, we're generally using Elementor to do that, and so Gutenberg is really out of the question. Most of the times we're going to be using Gutenberg to create posts, and later on I'm going to show you how to use it to create posts. And so now the last thing we're going to see over here, which in my opinion was something that I should have shown you at the beginning of this course, but over here on Gutenberg, Gutenberg actually gives you the possibility to show your post to the public, or to make it private, or to make it password protected. So let's say, for example, you don't want to show your post to everyone, but you want to show it to site admins and editors. If you click on private and if you click on OK, right now nobody besides site admins and editors are going to be able to see your post. Now, if you click on password protected, you can click or give a password over here. Let's say you give this kind of password. And so right now, only the people who have this password are going to be able to access your blog post. Now, in my case, I'm going to click back on public because I want to make my blog post public. Another interesting thing over here that you can do is that you can publish your post either immediately or you can publish it following a schedule. So you can say, I want to publish this blog post on the 17th of March, 2023, and not today. You can actually do that by coming here and clicking on that date. So right now what's going to happen is, if I click here, click out, this post is exactly going to be published on March 17th, 2023 at 11:44 p.m. Okay, that's when the post is going to be published. Now, if you click this element or this here, if you tick this box, your blog post is going to be stuck at the top of the blog. This means that this is going to be your hero blog post. Now, in our case, for the website that we are already built over here, this is our hero blog, or this is the blog at the top, because this is the one that we've edited the features of this blog, and we've basically ticked this box that says stick to the top of the blog, and that's the reason why this one is the one that shows up at front. Now, if I scroll down over here, you can see the number of revisions that this blog has taken. And here you can give your blog post some categories. You can see that by default, the blog post is uncategorized, but you can uncheck this box and you can assign a category to it. Let's say, for example, you want to categorize this in the category of PS4 games. You can click, and if you add a new category, right now a new category will be added and your blog post will be categorized under that category, PS4 games. Similarly, over here, if we come back, there are PC blogs, PS4 blogs, Switch blogs, and some blogs can actually belong to more than just one category. And this is the reason why you find some blogs or some images over here that are showing up in the rest of them as well, because some elements or some blogs can fit into not just one, but more categories, especially when it comes to games that can be played in PC, PS4, and Switch and Xbox all at the same time. So you can basically categorize the blog posts in different categories, not just one category. Now, another interesting thing here is you can add a parent category to your blog or to your category. So let's say, for example, that you want to categorize the PS4 games under a category. Now you can come here and you can click add a new category, but this time you'll have to give that parent category, and the category that you'll give as parent needs to already exist. So for example, here, let's come and add a new category. We're going to name this Devil May Cry, for example, right? And over here, before clicking on add new, I'm going to click here and I'm going to name this, I'm going to give this a parent category of PS4. So right now, what happens here is that I've created the Devil May Cry category, but it's going to display with the PS4 games as its parent category. And this is why you can see that it kind of displays underneath it on the right with a little bit of a margin on the right. So here, if I scroll down, we can add some tags. Now, tags are not really, if I must be honest with you, they're not really the most important thing nowadays. I mean, there was a time when they used to be very important when it comes to SEO. They're not as much. but you can use tags, and generally tags are the terms or keywords that you have used inside of your post and that are relevant to what you're writing about, and that generally speaking you want to rank for and you want Google to consider you for. Now here, if I scroll down, you can see this option, which is set a featured image. Now if I take you back here to the website just to explain what a featured image is, for example here, this blog post has an image and has a title. Now this image that displays over here is what we call the featured image. And here on Gutenberg is where you can add the featured image. You just have to click select. You can select the file from your own computer to upload the files from your own computer, or you can upload the file from your media library like this. And seeing as we just recently uploaded this image over here, we can still use it because right now it is present in our media library. You can click on it. And here you can see that the alt text is, you can add an alt text. So you can go ahead and add what the image is about, and you can click set this as a featured image. And so right now this post will have this as a featured image. Now if I click here on excerpt, excerpt is optional, okay? Because if I take you back over here to the blog post or to the website just to show you what the excerpt is about, this is what the excerpt is about. This blog post actually has a title, and you can see a glimpse of what's inside, the text that's inside that blog post. This is what we call the excerpt. Now you can write your own excerpt, or in this case, you can leave it to be whatever it is, and automatically the theme is going to take some or a part of a paragraph inside of your blog post, and it's going to show that as the excerpt. But you can override that by coming in here and creating your own excerpt. Now over here, Lightspeed cache options, these are related to a speed caching plugin or a WordPress speed optimization plugin. Now we're going to talk about that next when I'm going to take you to the dashboard to explain to you about the dashboard so that we can move on and go ahead and install the theme. So this, I'm going to click on update either way. And of course, I'm going to go ahead and delete this post later on, but I'm just going to take you through a walkthrough to explain what the dashboard is about. So in order to go back to the WordPress dashboard, click here on this W logo, which is the logo of WordPress, and you'll go back to the WordPress dashboard over here. And this is what we call the WordPress dashboard. All right, so let's have a quick WordPress dashboard tutorial over here. Now here we are on the WordPress dashboard. If you click here on the dashboard, click on that. Now you'll be taken over here. Let's say, for example, you don't like this. You want it to be removed. Now you can click on dismiss. It goes out the window. Let's say you want to get it back. You can click on screen options. And right here, you can see this little welcome box. You can tick it, it'll come back. If I click dismiss, it will go away. If I click, it will come back. And you can play with this all day long. Now you can come in here. Let's say, for example, you want to make this smaller. You can click these boxes, right? And this will get considerably smaller. Let's say, for example, that I want to move site health status on top of WP forms. I can click here and this will move. The other one will go down. Now, let's say I want to remove all of this stuff. I can just click on all of this, remove all of them. If you want to add something, click on the element. I make it bigger, you can make it bigger. But generally speaking, you can remove everything and you can add everything. Now, let's start off with the posts. What are posts? Because so many of you looking at this right now would want to know what are posts. And let me take you over here. Now, this, if I click right now, what's happening is a post view is loading. So in a second, we'll be inside of a post. So if I scroll down, here we are reading a post. This is what we call a post. You can share it on Facebook, you can like it, you can basically pretty much engage with it. You can leave your comment even down below. If you scroll down to the bottom of it, you can leave your comment and you can leave your email, post a comment, and that's it. Now over here, if I go back, you can create a post by coming in here, hovering over this, and clicking on Add New. Now you can see how many posts we have by clicking All Posts. Now this post that we have over here is a Hello World post. Now this is a post that came in by default, and it comes up with the installation, the default installation of WordPress. And so it's not really it's not really like you need to keep this. You can delete it. So how do you delete a post? You can click on it and trash it, right? What if there are many posts? And what if I want to get that post back that I deleted? Let's say that was an accident, I deleted it, but right now I want to get it back. You can go to trash over here, and you can come here, you can click restore, or you can delete it permanently if you want it to be permanently removed. In which case, if you delete it permanently, what's going to happen is your post is never going to be seen again. Now over here, you can edit your post by clicking edit. This will take you to Gutenberg, which of course I've just shown you how to use. And this is exactly the post that we've built. And if you want to go back, you can click go back, and this will take you to the other step. Now here you have this quick edit option, which will enable you to basically come in here and quick edit your post. What this means is that you can manipulate the title, you can manipulate the slug, you can manipulate the categories, you can come in here and allow comments or not allow comments, you can allow pings, you can make this post sticky, you can modify the template over here. And so, but this is just the quick edit. If you want a full editing of the post, you need to go to edit here by clicking on edit to go to Gutenberg so that you can have the full functionality. Now, if I click here on add new, what's going to happen is I'll be able to add an entirely new post from scratch. I have to give it a title, and you can come in here, add your text, add your images. Later on, I'm going to show you how to optimize a post for SEO, but you get the general idea. You can decide to publish this post immediately or publish it, publish it through or following a schedule. So you can do a bunch of stuff. I'm going to click here on WordPress to go back. I'm going to quit without modifying or without saving. And right here, if you want to add new categories, here's how you will add them, because I'm pretty sure that you will be concerned with this. Now, if I go back to my website over here, this website has a menu that has many categories. The reviews category, the news category, the PC category, the PS4 category. Now, if you want to add these categories, here's where you add them. Come in here to posts, click on categories, and already you'll find that we have some categories. These are ones that we've actually added. The Devil May Cry category is the son or daughter of the category PS4. And you can come in here, you can give your category a name, a slug, you can give it a description, and you can add that new category. And here you can even assign a parent category to it. If you want to add tags, you need to add them here first before using them on the menu, which of course I'm going to show you later. Now let's say, for example, you have a bunch of images and you have a bunch of videos, and you don't want to upload all those images one by one, but you want to upload all of them and use them anytime you need them. So for this, you have what we call the media feature. Now, if you click or hover over media and go to library, this will take you to the media library, and you'll notice that we have there just one image. That image happens to be an image that we have added ourselves. And so let's say you want to add another image or multiple images to your media library. Let's start off first with one image. Now you can either drag and drop your image from your computer to this box right here, or you can select files from your computer by clicking this little button. And I can select, for example, here, this image. Right now, this image is going to be dropped. And let's say, for example, you want to add more than just one image. You want to add maybe 3 images. Now you need to make sure that you click on the control button, click on the images which you want to select, and click on open to open all of them. And you can see that all of your images are loading. Now this feature is very useful in case you have a file in which you have all of the images for the images that you're going to use for your blog, in which you have all the videos, and you can bulk install or bulk add all of that media to your own media library. Now here, if I click on select files, let's say you want to add a video. It's the same process. You go and find your video. Now here, I don't really think I have a video, so that's why I'm not going to be able to add it. But if you have a video on your computer that you wish to add, you can simply come in here and click select files and add that video. Now, the files that you have over here are completely disposable of. So in case you want to delete some image, you can do that. So for example, here, if I click on this image, let's say I don't want this image to be here anymore. I can just click on it and scroll down, click on delete it permanently. And what happens is if I click OK, this image is not going to be there anymore. Let's say I want to delete this one as well. I have to click on delete permanently. Let's say that you want to edit the alt text for a specific image. Click on that image, and over here you can see the alternative text, and you can modify it. You can even modify the description. And from here you can copy the URL. This will be useful for you in case you want people, or you want to give people access to a specific ebook. Because remember here, you don't just need, or you're not just allowed to paste images and videos here, or add images and videos, but you can also add PDFs. You can also add ebooks. So if you have an ebook in a PDF format, you can come in here and you can add that ebook on here. And when you need that URL for the ebook to share it with people, you can just copy the URL. And once people basically give you their emails, you will take them to the URL link by redirecting them to that link. And I can create a video for you on that if you want to know how to do that. Now over here, let's say you want to create pages, but first of all, let me just clarify what a page is and what a post is. So this is a post, okay? And so if I click over here on the logo, I will go back to the landing page. We call this the landing page or the home page of the website. Now, the home page of the website contains all, or not all, but most of the blog posts. And this is what the home page is about. The home page contains a bunch of blog posts, pages, elements, and that's what a home page is. Whilst a blog post only contains content inside of it, and that content needs to be usually SEO optimized. Now, the process of creating a page is actually very easy. All you have to do is to come over here to pages. Now, if you click on all pages, in this case, you will discover all the pages that exist. Now, what you can do here, you can basically, if you want, you can delete all of these pages by clicking on here, making sure that you take all the boxes by clicking at the top here. You can click on bulk actions and you can move to trash. Now, if you click apply, right now what's going to happen is all of these pages are going to be moved to trash. You can go to trash over here. And if you decide, for example, to delete them permanently, you can come in here, click delete permanently, click apply. Now, before deleting all of these pages permanently, I wanted to tell you that I can show you at the end of the tutorial how to use ChatGPT to write the privacy policy for the website. So stay tuned for that as well, because ChatGPT doesn't just write blogs. It writes everything and anything that you require from it. So I'm going to click on delete permanently over here. And in case you want to add a new page, the process is the same as with posts. You just have to click on add new. And what's going to happen is they'll take you here to Gutenberg, and you can just add the title of that page and click on publish. And later on, I can show you when we install Elementor, how to use Elementor to edit a page. Now over here, you can access the comments. Generally speaking, you'll find a dummy comment over here that was added by WordPress. Now, don't pay this any attention because this is just a dummy comment, but pay attention to this. You can monitor your comments. So whenever someone leaves a spammy comment or a comment insulting you, or maybe something out of line, you can spam that person and you can trash their comment actually. And you can even manipulate the comment itself and modify it. Now, for example, this is a comment, even though it's a dummy comment, but it's a comment, okay? Let's say that you want to edit this comment, you want to change it to whatever you'd like. Let's say that there is a person that says, "You are the worst." What you can do is you can come in here, click on edit, and this will take you over here. You can come and you can just simply change their comment and say here, "You are the best." So comments can actually be monitored, right? Anything anyone says can be monitored and can be turned into a positive. So right now when people log in, they will be able to see that person's email address and name. But on the other hand, they will see the comment is different in case you want to make it different, which is, of course, manipulating comments. But sometimes, you can do that if you'd like. You can delete a comment by coming in here, spamming it. Right now, if you go to the spam folder, you'll find that comment. You can click on delete it permanently, and it will be gone. All right. You can put a comment pending or make it pending, and at that time, it won't be showing. You can put it as on the pending list as much as you want. Now over here we have this WP Forms. WP Forms is actually a plugin, and what this plugin allows you to do is it simply allows you to create forms to capture email addresses, okay? Now there's a free version and a pro version. The one that we have over here is a free version, and I didn't install it myself. It was installed automatically with the installation of WordPress because some hosting providers, for example, with Bluehost, you might find that they will install Contact Form 7 automatically on your website. And that's because they see that a lot of people are actually using WP Forms or Contact Form 7. And so they want to make it shorter for you. They just will go ahead and add it for you because they know that you might need it in the future. And so I'm just going to go ahead and remove the plugins. But first of all here, let me go and teach you about appearance. If you click on appearance and themes, actually a theme is what gives a website its look. Right now, the active theme is 2023. So if I go, for example, over here and hover over this and just open this in a new tab, what's going to happen is you can see that this is how the website looks. And to be honest with you, it just looks not nice right now. That's a fancy word of saying not beautiful, okay? So it doesn't really look good, okay? So we can make it better, right? And we can make it better by staying away from these 2020 themes. Trust me. I mean, whenever you see the word 2020 in a theme or on a theme, please run away because those are just the worst themes out there. And so over here, like I said, the active theme is 2023. And then you have other themes, which is 2021, 2022. Now, those ones are not active, but nonetheless, they are installed. Now, I have to teach you something about website speed because you can create the best websites out there. You can create the best website with tons of content, tons of visitors. But let's imagine for a second that these visitors come into your website and they spend a lot of time waiting for your website to load. And let's say your website is very slow, right? Now, one of the things that make a website slow is keeping themes that you don't use installed. So one good practice to make sure or to fasten your website is to just go ahead and delete those themes that you're not using. Now, for instance, this theme over here, we're not using it. So I'm going to click on it and I can delete it. And since it's not activated, I can delete it. Now, 2022 is also a theme that I can delete. Now, another thing here is you have this editor, which if you click on, you'll go to the beta editor and you can basically edit your website using the Gutenberg full editing feature, which I highly don't recommend you to do. I don't like to edit the pages on the website using Gutenberg. Preferably, I use Elementor for that. But right now, let's go to the plugins. If I click on plugins, we'll find that some plugins were installed by default, such as Akismet Anti-Spam, All-in-One WP Integration, Hello Dolly, Hostinger, Lightspeed Cache, which is a plugin used to make your website faster. And I'm going to explain to you at the end of this course how you can make your website faster using caching plugins to speed up your website. You also have WP Forms Lite. And so these plugins came in pre-installed. Now, plugins, to explain this to you, is let's say, for example, that you want to create an e-commerce website and you want to start accepting payments from people. Well, first thing is first, with an e-commerce website, you need a cart. And so you need to enable people to add products to cart, and they would need to be able to go and visit the cart and complete the purchase. Now, one of the things to do that is first thing is coding. If you're good at coding, you can do that. But many of us are not really good at coding, aren't we? So you can use plugins to create that functionality, to add the cart functionality, to enable people to add products to cart. You can use plugins. There are plugins for that. There's a famous plugin, which is WooCommerce, which is one of the plugins I love really so much because it's free. There are paid versions to it, but it's free for the most part and you can use it. And just the free version of it is really interesting. It's enough. So if, for example, you want to add a payment gateway, you want to accept payments on your website, then you need to add PayPal. You need to add Stripe. And so for those, you have plugins as well. You have PayPal plugins. You have Stripe plugins. You have, for example, if you're in India, if you accept payments with Razorpay, you have Razorpay plugins. If you accept payments in Alipay, you have Alipay plugins. And so you have all sorts of plugins to accept payment, and that's a good thing. Now, let's say, for example, that you want to add a forum on your website. Now, a forum is, of course, you know what it is. is a place where people can go and they can basically create an account and put questions and get their questions answered and interact with each other. It's basically I would say an older version of Facebook or something. So a forum, you have plugins. One of them is BBPress or BuddyPress, and those plugins will enable you to create forums. Now, let's say, for example, that you want to speed up your website. To speed up your website, you need a plugin, and there are multiple plugins to do that. There's Lightspeed Cache, WP Fastest Cache. There are also paid plugins, like, for example, WP Rocket. I'm pretty sure if you've been trying to speed up your website for a while, then you would have heard of that, except for WP Rocket is a paid plugin that you have to pay around $49 a year to get, but it's useful in case you are operating on a larger scale, because WP Rocket will really make your website a lot faster than you can imagine. And sometimes you need to make your website really fast, especially if you're operating an e-commerce business, and just 1 second can make a difference. 1 second of waiting can make a person quit the cart and abandon a purchase in the middle of a purchase. So you can't really mess around. And sometimes, investing $49 a year, what's that compared to a lot of people quitting your cart? And so, but you can use free plugins like the Lightspeed Cache, WP Fastest Cache. There are a lot of plugins out there. I'm going to show you at the end of the course. And for example, let's say you want to add forums. I know we've discussed this, and I know I sound like a CD over here repeating the same stuff. But WP Forms is a plugin that you can use to not speed up your website. I'm sorry, actually, but to add forms to collect email addresses from people, and it's for free. Otherwise, you would have to pay for the pro version of Elementor to do that, but you don't have to, because you can do that for free using WP Forms Lite. Now, if you want to add plugins, you can click Add New over here, and you can find already there are a lot of plugins here on the library. You can use this search bar over here to search for plugins, and you can even upload plugins by using this option over here. And this option is for uploading zip file format plugins. Now, I need to warn you, do not install plugins from people that tell you that you can get premium plugins for 10% the price. Those people are scammers. They're going to try to scam you. And so only install plugins from WordPress, from the WordPress website, or from the WordPress dashboard directly, or from Theme Forest, which is a very reliable website, or any other reliable website for that matter. Don't install themes and plugins from sources that you don't know, even if they're going to tell you, well, you can get this plugin, it's worth $60, but we're offering it to you for just $5 if you pay us on PayPal. Well, they might offer you a plugin, they might offer it to you for $5, but trust me, those are really, really messing around, because if you get caught doing that, you can get in trouble with the law, because you'd be called using, it could be the same plugin, it could be the plugin, but what about if it could be hacked? What about if those people are hacking that company and getting zip files and basically selling it to you for a cheap price? Don't ever do that. And also, getting these zip files is one of the easiest thing that you can get your computer filled with viruses, which is sometimes what these companies want. Installing an unknown zip file will get you into a lot of trouble, because you'll find yourself with a Trojan horse on your website unknowingly, and these spammers have a way of making their Trojan horses unknown. So you can be the best. They'll really. So I mean, to cut long story short here, please don't do anything illegal. All right. So just upload plugins from websites that are trustworthy, like WordPress, Theme Forest, or from here directly by searching for a plugin. Now, let's say, for example, I want to install WP Fastest Cache. I can come in here and search for WP Fastest, and it will give me WP Fastest Cache, and I can actually install it. Or, right, so it's here. Or you can go to WordPress, right? If I search for WordPress.org, on WordPress.org, now this is WordPress.com. I'm talking about WordPress.org. There's a difference between them. WordPress.com is where you can go and log into your WordPress dashboard. And WordPress.org, you can come in here and get themes, you can get plugins. And so, for example, if I click on plugins, they'll take me to their huge library of plugins. you can see here, and I can safely download these plugins from here without paying any attention, and I can even search for plugins that I want, right? So let's say, for example, you want to search for a PayPal plugin. You can click on PayPal, click on search, and right now they're going to give you a list of all the PayPal plugins. Now this one is mostly the one that we use, which is WooCommerce for PayPal payments for the WooCommerce plugin, but there's just an unlimited number of PayPal plugins over here. And this is a safe way to install and to download plugins and themes. Now let me go back over here. Now to install a plugin, you have to click on install. Now as it happens here, we already have the Lightspeed Cache plugin installed. So I'm gonna have two plugins that are doing the same thing, which might crash. Because sometimes when you install, yeah, that's exactly what I said. So when I clicked on activate, what happens is they logged me out of my account because there are two plugins that are conflicting each other's. And so right now I'm going to be forced to go back and to type in my credentials to log back into the dashboard, right, which I'm going to do now. So don't ever install two plugins that do the same thing because, well, sometimes they might get installed, but sometimes they might crash. Now, if you forgot your password or you don't like logging in using the WP admin to your dashboard, you can go back to your Hostinger account. You can click this H or the Hostinger logo and you go back to the H panel and you can come in here and go find your website. For instance, here my website is Gamers Paradise and I can click on Manage. This will take me to this page and I can just click here on Edit Website and I will be logged in to my WP dashboard in a heartbeat instead of using the WP admin. So this is also a good way to log into your WordPress dashboard. So right now, let me just go ahead, right? They're loading me. All right, so I'm now on my WP admin. We talked about plugins. We talked about themes. And so here, same with plugins for themes, you can click here on themes and you can go here and to the top and click on add new and you can search for the theme that you want. Now you'll find here they have 5,427 free themes. Not all of them are completely free themes. For example, Astra here, they have a free version and a pro version. Ocean WP also has a free version and a pro version. Well, most of the time you'll find that all of these plugins out here have a free and a pro version. Now the free version is good, but it's a bit limited. And if you want to really take it to the next level, you'd have to go for the pro version. But generally speaking, most of these themes that are here are famous. And the classification of these themes is not by mistake. So there's a reason why you can see here Elementor, then followed by Astra. It's because Hello Elementor and Astra and WP or Ocean WP are the themes that are really mostly used. And adding to that Cadence, which is also a very, very powerful theme. And actually, I'm thinking about creating tutorials regarding the Astra theme and the Cadence theme, just so I can show you. Not that I didn't create a tutorial on how to use Astra theme to create an entirely free blog using free resources and plugins. You can go and check that out. As a matter of fact, let me take you here to my channel. This is what I'm talking about, how to start a free money-making blog with ChatGPT in 2023. And this will show you how to create a website using the Astra theme. It's completely for free. You don't have to spend anything. Everything is for free. All the plugins are for free. Quite a simple process. But generally speaking, that's how you go about it. Now, if you want to install a theme, you have to click on install the theme. And when you install that theme, click on activate. And at this time, when you activate your theme, it's going to be the theme that's active. And whatever theme was active before is going to be deactivated by default. So now if I go here to users, if I click on all users, you can add new users. You can see over here that we have just one user, which is us. So fitgymfanatics@gmail.com, but you can add more users by clicking here. Now, the reason why you want to add more users is because, let's say, for example, that you want to add your buddy or your pal who takes care of writing the content for you. And so in case you're not doing the content yourself, you can come in here and assign a role of author and give him a password, give him a username and an email. Of course, his email is what he's going to use to basically log in. His username or password are generally username, email, and password are generally what's needed for him to access. And you can assign those to him, share these details with him on email or Discord or Facebook or whatever you'd like to share them with, share the elements with him. And that person can actually log in as the effect or with the effects of an author. So they can contribute to your website as an author, but you can actually completely make them whatever you want. You can make them an administrator, in which case they will have the same functionality as you. So they will be able to do everything that you do as an admin. They will be able to create pages, delete pages, add new people, manage the website is exactly as you manage it. But if you assign to them these other roles of contributor, author, editor, they won't be able to do everything that you do, which will give you the upper hand to completely control the activity on your website. Now over here, if I click on profile, here, let's say, for example, you don't like these colors, you can change them. Maybe let's say you like sunrise colors. You can click here, change this to sunrise. You can change it back to the original color. Now, if I scroll down over here, you can scroll down. Now here you can change your nickname. You can add a profile picture. You can delete your old password and set a new password. And yeah, so you can do a bunch of stuff there. As far as the tools, I'm not really interested in them. And if I scroll down, this plugin, this is a plugin all-in-one WP migration. This plugin actually will help you to migrate your WordPress website from this hosting to a different hosting if you want, which we're not going to get into now. Let's go to settings here. If I click on general settings, these are just some of the basic settings. I just want to tell you, don't touch the WordPress URL, because if you do and you change something here, your website is going to crash. And let me tell you exactly what's going to happen when it crashes. You're going to need support, and support is going to take 24 to 48 hours to restore your website back to life and change this stuff that you did. So don't mess around. Keep your WordPress and site address URL exactly as they are. Don't change them at all. And trust me when I tell you don't change them. In comparison, you can actually change the site language. So if you're not English, or if you're not American, or if you're, let's say, Spanish is your preferred language, you can come in here, change the website language by clicking over here, going to whatever language you want. You can change the time zone. You can change the date format. Now, the date format eventually, I think, is pretty good for me here. You can change the time format, and you can change even when the week starts. So let's say, for example, that for you, the week starts on Friday. You can do that. So yeah, I mean, you can even set your own schedule. Over here, if you click on writing, this is interesting. You can see the default post category. Now, any post that you create will be assigned the category uncategorized, and that's only logical, but you can control that if you want, right? You can assign a standard category of your liking. Now, the default post format here is standard, like to keep it that way. And if we scroll down over here, you can come in here and ping some URLs that you deem are spammy URLs. So you can go to Google and search for spammy URLs. They'll give you, according to what websites are talking about, they'll give you a list of these URLs that you should ping. You just come and paste them over here, just like they did with this particular URL over here. And this will keep the world-renowned spammers away of your website. This is a good way to protect your website. Now here, if I click on reading, over here, what happens is they're showing us that the number of blog posts that are going to show at the page, or the maximum number of blog posts that will show on a page, is basically 10 posts. But you can set it up to be 20. You can set it up to be 30. You can edit this stuff. This is completely editable. Now here, for each post in the feed, include full text. Now, you can include full text. You can include excerpt. It's up to you. Now here, let's say, for example, that your website is not ready to be shown or to be indexed by search engines. You can come in here and you can click discourage search engines from indexing this website. And what this will do is it will disallow search engines from indexing your website. It's as simple as that. Over here, if I click on discussion, there are some interesting things that you can do over here. I'll let you read this stuff. This is completely easy to understand. For example, here, you can automatically close comments on posts older than 14 days. Of course, you can monitor this. You can make it 7 days if you'd like. So here, it's not really complicated. You can change your avatar. So for example, let's say you like one of these other avatars. Let's say I like this one, Wavatar. You can click on it, make sure that you click Save Changes, and your changes are going to be into effect. Now over here, you can access the media, which I'm not intending to do. Most important thing before we close this WordPress tutorial is I would like you to click on permalinks over here and make sure that you select post name, because what you want to do is you want to display your posts like this. Now here's my website URL. This is a website that I built on a local host. And so if you click over here, what's going to happen is they're going to show localhost /The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt for PlayStation 4 reviews, which is generally the title of the blog post, but the way it is displayed is perfect because it matches the title, and that's perfect. And that's why you need to make sure that over here you choose the post name, because then they're going to place your post title and separate it with hyphens. And that's better than selecting this plain one, which is basically going to put numbers after your URL, and that's not really good for SEO, right? Now scroll down over here and make sure to click on Save Changes. Now this won't be all because there is a cleanup for us to do. I'm going to go to all posts over here, make sure that I've deleted all the posts on my website, move all of those to trash, apply, and then of course go to trash and delete them permanently. Then I'm going to go to pages, do a major cleanup over there, delete all the pages. Now we have a page on the trash here that we didn't delete yet. Let's delete it. And let me go to comments as well. Now comments are all deleted. Let me go to plugins, click on installed plugins, click on all plugins, select all of them, and click over here and delete, apply. Now one last thing here about plugins is that you can enable auto updates, or you can deactivate plugins or update plugins or activate them all at once by clicking here. And you can click any option from those and apply the bulk. Now over here, I want to delete all of them at once. But first of all, before deleting a plugin, I need to make sure that all of them are deactivated because I don't want my website to crash. I'm going to click deactivate here and click on apply. So right now what's going to happen is all of the plugins are going to be activated, as you see. I'm going to click once more on all of them and click on delete and then apply and then OK. So right now what happens is all of them are going to be deleted at once. And so this is the time we're going to go and fetch the theme that we're going to be using for this particular website. Now the theme that we are using is Jnews, which is a very popular theme that will enable us to create this website very easily. And it doesn't really require you to be good at coding or whatever. So you can be the worst at coding. You can even be the worst at WordPress. This theme will make it very easy for you to do stuff that will require you months and months and months of learning WordPress. So where do you find this theme? Actually, over here, go to Google. And then let me tell you where to search. Search for theme forest and add the term theme forest Jnews. Okay. All right. So here, I'm going to go ahead and click on the theme forest website. Make sure that you're clicking on the right website, themeforest.net. Now you can actually install Keywords Everywhere. And what Keywords Everywhere will do is it will give you the Moz domain authority of this website. And here I can see that it's 93 on a scale of 100. And if you're wondering what is Keywords Everywhere, it's actually an amazing tool, keyword research tool, that gives you all of these interesting information over here. It gives you the domain authority, how many referring domains, how many referring links, the spam score. Even if you click here, it will show you the backlink profile of this website. And here, it will show you related keywords. It will also show you what people search for and long tail keywords related to this keyword that we have used here. But to cut long story short, it's a good extension for SEO because it also shows you the difficulty to rank for a keyword. For instance, over here, you can see that the difficulty is 80 on a scale of 100. And so this is pretty difficult to rank for. So over here, I'm going to click on the Jnews website here, or Jnews website. So here, they'll take me to Theme Forest, Envato Market. And you can see that the theme is worth $59. This theme was purchased 19,000 times. So this theme was used a lot by a lot of people because it's really worth it. And so it was last updated on the 28th of February. So it's recent. So the date where this was updated is very recent, which means that this plugin is secure. And over here, you can see the price is pretty fair considering how much or how many websites you can create using this theme. And you can click on it over here. Now they have the PayPal option to pay with PayPal, or you can pay using Skrill. Now, because I already have paid for it, I'm just going to go over here to here, click on downloads. And by the way, if you want to find a link to Envato Market, you will find it in the links below at the description. So over here, I can go to click on download. Now here, I want to download this installable WordPress files only. Now over here, they will give you also the license certificate and purchase code that you can open. And basically those are pretty good because those are going to enable you to activate your license in case they ask you for it. Now for this particular plugin, they don't, but in case they do, that's how you particularly activate your plugin. So I'm going to go ahead and log into my WordPress dashboard now, and let me show you how you can install this plugin. Right, so over here, go back to the dashboard, then head here and click on Appearance, then click on Themes. Now, right now that we have the zip file, so it's very easy for us. It's going to be a very easy process to upload the theme. I'm just going to click on Add New. And over here, I'm going to click on Upload because I want to upload a zip file. So I'm going to click on Choose File over here. And that's it. So it's a very simple, seamless operation. So there you go. I have my theme over here. Let me just add it. Click on Install Now. And it's very simple, right? So yeah, the theme is getting installed right now. Okay, let's just go ahead and have a moment of exploring the rest of the other themes. Now this one here caught my attention. Bloggers, pretty good theme, huh? All right, so let me keep scrolling down here. There are some interesting themes out there. Even though I really think that the Astra theme is by far the best one because of the multi-function of it. You can do a lot of stuff using this theme over here. You can make it an e-commerce website. You can host courses on there using an LMS plugin. It's just infinite what you can do with it. Now over here, I'm going to click on Activate. And that's it. All right, so here, well, that's not it actually. Because we need to activate the license. So I'm going to click on Activate Jnews license from over here. And there you go. So we're actually activating the license right now. And so over here, I can click on Import Demo. And let's go ahead and import a demo of a website that has to do with games. But first of all, let me just take you through just the wide websites or the wide demos that you can import. Let's say, for example, you're interested in creating a news website, right? There's this theme over here or this demo. You can click on Preview. This will open up in a new tab, and you can see that you can import this particular ready-to-go website out of the box. You can import something like this without really having to do anything, right? You can import a ready-to-go website that looks exactly like this. Trust me when I tell you that. And it looks fantastic. If you're interested in the tech business or in the tech world, you can click Preview this one, and you can import this very design. So you can import this very design over here, and you don't really have to build all of this stuff yourself, which would probably take you a lot. Okay, so you can do this, and so there's a lot that you can really do with this. There's a lot that you can do with this theme. It's really, really great. It has a lot of templates. Now for me, I'm going to import the game template by clicking here on Import. Now, I want you to pay careful attention over here because I don't want you to click on Visual Composer. Make sure that you click Elementor and just keep these boxes ticked, because the beautiful part about this theme is that when we're going to import this ready-to-go template, plugins and content are going to be installed automatically for us. Okay, so we don't really have to do or have to go and install the plugins. It's going to install all the necessary plugins along with the content. Just make sure that you select your builder content as Elementor and click on Import. Now, this is going to take a short amount of time before the theme or before the demo website is imported, but once it's imported, we can go ahead and start customizing it immediately. All right, so the theme was actually installed with success. The demo website was also installed with success. So I'm going to go ahead here and click OK. And right now, let's start a party. The party has now started. Okay, so let me go first over here to check one thing on plugins, because I need to make sure that all the plugins that we need are there, right? Now, contact form 7 is here. It's not active. Well, we might not really need it. I'm going to go ahead and add a few plugins that we're going to need later. Let's add a plugin regarding the cookies. It's not the cookies, actually, it's the cookies. Right, so this one here is for GDPR, cookie consent and compliance. And so this is pretty good because the last thing we want is somebody claiming that we are not GDPR compliant. Okay, so That's a good thing to have, is a cookie policy set up, right, to make sure that you are respecting the GDPR cookie consent and compliance notice. And I'm going to click on activate over here. Okay. And of course, we need another plugin, which is WP Fastest Cache, which is a plugin that we are going to use to speed up the website. So let me go ahead and search for WP Fastest. Okay. Now, this is a pretty good plugin. Install now. The thing here is that this is not the only plugin out there. There is WP Optimize, Super Cache. There's a lot of them actually. And one other plugin we would need to install is the plugin that's going to allow us to connect our website with Google Analytics and Google Search Console. But not only that, to also basically improve the SEO of our website. But we'll leave that for later on. Right now, let me go ahead and take you to the home page. Now I'm going to click open the website in a new tab, and let me show you how this looks like, what this looks like outside of the box. Or not outside of the box, actually out of the box. Okay. So here, out of the box, this looks pretty awesome. I really think it does, right? It doesn't really need much. Okay. It just needs a couple of retouches here and there. So the first thing we're going to start off with is creating the logo for our brand. Okay. Now notice here that the colors on the logo match the website. You can see that the logo here is black and white and yellow. And here similarly, you can see this little PS4 tag. It's in yellow. And if we scroll down, you can see some yellow stuff. And so you need to make sure that there is a flow, right? You can see at the bottom here, we have yellow colors. And so for instance, if you're going to use black and blue colors in your logo, then you have to incorporate black and blue colors in your website, which of course I can show you how to do. And so first of all, before going to design the logo, click here on this little button, customize. And what this will do is it will take you to the website where you'll be able to customize this page using the theme customizer. Okay, so we call it the theme customizer. And so here we are customizing the website, gamersparadise.com. And so what I'm going to do, first of all, I'm going to show you the site identity. So here, the site identity is where, of course, you can add your fav icon. Now we're going to have that in a moment. First of all, we need to design the logo, and then of course we can take the fav icon. Now the fav icon should be 512 by 512 pixels. That's the ideal size of it. Here you can access the menus, but this is not really where I want you to access the menus, because we can configure the menus directly from the WordPress dashboard, and I'll show you that later. Over here you can access your widgets. Now here we have footer widgets, but I'll show you how to access widgets in a better way from the dashboard. And here, when it comes to homepage settings, you can set your homepage to be different. Now we have 5 homepages. So if I select, for example, homepage layout number 2 over here, notice there's going to be a slight modification on the page on how it looks. So because we have 5 different homepages that we can show, and the first one is just one of them. And so this is another one. And you can choose up to 5. So there are 5 of them. So for example, let's say, or let's just try with, let's experiment with the iteration, the home 3. So let me click here, click on home 3. Now this will show us a different version of the website. And normally people will have to do it manually unless you make this organic, or you force it on the system. So for example, let's say that you liked the layout number 3. You like this layout, home layout 3. Now what you can do is you can come in here on homepage settings, and you can select home 3, and you can publish this. And so right now, people that are visiting your website, what they're going to see is home 3. They're going to see that as the homepage of the website. Now, in my case, I am good with home number 1, so I'll leave it at that. And I'll just click on publish. Okay. So I think home number 1 pretty good. Right, click publish. Let me go back. Let me click here on game or on the logo to access the home page once more. And let us go and create the logo for our website. So first things first, I want to click here on Jnews header option. I want to click here on logo down here, and I want to see the size of the logo. So here, if I click, this is the logo, and on the right hand side, right, I need to click the logo first. And on the right hand side, you can see the size over here. So let me go to Canva now. As a matter of fact, let's open up a new Canva window. And let us go and use the same dimensions that we have over here to keep stuff simple. So it's 210 pixels by 51 pixels. Right. So here, I'm going to click Create a Design and click on Custom Design over here. And then 210 by 51 pixels in size. And let's go ahead and use our inner creativity to create a particularly good-looking logo relative to what we're trying to build, which is a gaming blog. Now over here, I'll go to Elements and let me search for gaming. Gaming. All right, so we have images. I'm going to go for graphics here. Let's go and pick something. So I think, let me try this one here. So I think this is pretty good, but let me just scroll down and see if we can find some other interesting stuff. Now just stay away from the animated stuff, because even if you download that, you wouldn't really be able to use it. Now over here, I think this is good. I'm going to use this one here as well. Now I'll just put stuff here, and finally we'll make our mind on what we would use. Right? If I click here, the colors are not to be edited there. But if I just keep scrolling down, let me just keep looking. Maybe we can find something interesting here. Right, and so I think there's not really much. So let me just change the phrase here. Instead of searching for gaming, let's search for gamer. Let me go and try to find something here. All right, so you have some images, nothing fancy. And so finally, I think I'm gonna go with this one here. So I'm gonna delete this one. I'm gonna put this one right here. I'm gonna make it just a little bit bigger, kind of like this. And so we have two colors in there, which is this red color or orange color and this little bit bluish color. And I'm gonna go over here to text, and I'm gonna go and select a glowing text. So I'm gonna go for this one, and it's gonna add this here, but I'm gonna click and I'm gonna ungroup these elements to make sure they're separated. This one right here, I'm gonna go and change its color to this blue color. Now, how do I know this blue color? Well, actually, I can use these colors over here on the photo colors. Now, these are the colors related to the photo. So I don't really need to go and spy on these colors. They're here. So I'm going to click this one. And for this one, I'm going to use the orange color like this. Now I'm going to name this website Gamers Paradise. Let me make this a little bit longer here. And Paradise. Let me make this one as well a little bit longer from this side here as well. So just a matter of perspective. And of course, I need to resize this element. Let me just delete this page. It was added accidentally. Now here, let me click here and let me try, for example, with 15, right? So if we try 15, I think 15 is good, except for this image needs to be a little bit rotated. Well, if we rotate it, we kind of mess around with it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and maybe reduce it from the sides like this and put it kind of here. Well, I think I need to keep going. Let me try 13 point. Let me try -1, minus another one. I think this one is good. And so let me go ahead for this one here as well. Let me try to make it as well as big as the other one, 13. And I think we've done a pretty good job here. So I'm going to put this one here, this one slightly at the end, Gamers Paradise. And I really think we've done a pretty good job here. I don't know about you, but I'm going to click on here, click on Effects, And here I'm going to add more intensity, just a little bit more. Well, in fact, I think if I add more, that would do well. And I'm going to click on the effects on the other one as well and add more intensity here. Right, maybe just a little bit less. Well, like this is cool, right? And let me just go ahead here and download this as my logo. Well, first, let me just add this here just a little bit to the side. Okay, so I think this is pretty good. Now, Gamer's logo. Let me download this with a transparent background. Make sure this is a PNG. And by the way, if you don't have Canva Pro, you won't be able to use this feature that I have just used. But you can use a very, very good feature, which is a website known as Remove BG, and equally, it will enable you to remove backgrounds off of images, for free. So Remove BG, search for that, and you can upload an image over here, and basically you can just remove background from it without using Canva Pro. But here, I'm going to go back and I want to change my logo. So I'm going to upload this new logo right here. Go to the downloads. This is the Gamer's logo, right? And simply let me just choose this as my image. And there you go. You can see that this is pretty cool, right? Now, for the Retina logo is usually twice the size of the normal logo. How do I know that? Well, that's a known fact, but if you want proof, if I click here, you can see this one is 420 pixels by 101. Well, you'd be asking, well, should we create a new logo? Well, actually, there are two ways to do this. You either have to have the Canva Pro version, which will allow you to resize your logo to whatever size you want, or you can go and create a new Canva window and just copy the entire design, copy it, and go and paste it on the other newly opened window. Now, in my case, because I have the Canva Pro, so I can use this Canva Pro feature, which is I can just multiply this by 2, change the size from here. Make sure always to select the correct unit or the size measurement unit. Now, in my case, I have selected pixels, and make sure that you select that. I'm going to click copy and resize. And what this will do is it will open up this stuff in a new tab, except for this time it's going to be a different size, fit for our Retina logo size. And you can see what I'm talking about here. So I'm just going to go ahead, click on here, download. Now, I don't want to share it on social. I just clicked that mistakenly. I'm going to click back, transparent, and download. So now I'm going to go back over here. And the process is very simple from now. I'm just going to click on select files. And very basically here, I'm just going to go here, click on Gamer's logo, and just place my logo there beautifully. All right, choose image. Okay, so now we have both logos taken care of, except for if we go here, if you click on this little button, this will take you to the mobile version of the website, which, by the way, looks awesomely optimized for mobile. Doesn't really need much. Actually, doesn't really need any mobile optimization. That's the beautiful part about this theme, is that you don't really need to optimize your website for mobile because it's already optimized for mobile. But anyways, if I click on tablet, similarly, the logo is not the same that we've just created and added. And that's because the logos that we've added were only applied for desktop. Now, in order to apply our logos all across the website, we need to make sure that we add our logos for all of the rest here. Now, also, for dark mode, if people are viewing your website using dark mode, they're not going to be able to see this logo because the logo on dark mode is set to this logo, which is a dummy Jnews logo. And so we're going to have to go, and fortunately we have the logo, so it's a matter of just changing all of these logos to our basic logo. So I'm just going to repeat myself here. Click on this one as well, add, then scroll down over here, this one here, and very simply, let me add my logo, Retina here, add my logo there. Let me scroll down here to sticky menu. We'll talk about sticky menu, but here, let me just continue adding my logos. Everything is organized, so don't worry. We'll speak about everything. And if I scroll down over here, we have mobile device logo as well. So let me just click here and here. Let me keep scrolling down. We have mobile device logo dark mode. So there's a bunch of stuff in here that's going on. Let me just, okay, so now I think everything is set. So if I click on mobile view, notice that our new logo was added there. And for tablet, our new logo appears as well. Now, I'm going to click on publish. And remember, we still didn't add the retina, not the retina, but the fav icon or the site icon. I'm going to go out and I want you to go to site identity. And let me go back to Canva here. Now, what I want to do is I want to resize this design to 512 by 512. There you go. Copy and resize. Then, of course, I'm going to close this window because I'm done with it. And, of course, I'm going to just remove the text and make the PSP image or whatever that is. I don't know what that device is because I'm not really a huge gamer. But here, I'm going to take this and just make it bigger. Well, not that big, actually. I just needed to make it enough to fit this, right? And so I'm going to put it in the middle, and that's perfect. So right now, you can actually name this fav icon for gaming website. And upload, download, of course, with a transparent background. And this will appear as the little icon that you see over here when you're using the website, which gives a pretty good look. Now, how do you change this? Well, just click on change image from here. Just make sure that your image is transparent. Like I said, if you don't have Canva Pro, go use remove.bg. You can use it for free to remove backgrounds, even though it's not the same quality. But if you're not satisfied with remove.bg or Canva, you can go and use Photoshop, which is of course paid, but just in case. Now I've selected my image. Right now, this is the image that's going to be the fav icon by default. I'm going to click on publish and go back. So now we're done with the logo. We're done with the rest of the stuff. But the thing here is I need to take you through a walkthrough to explain to you about the menu and the menus on the website. First of all, let me close this. Now here we have this top menu. And if I scroll down to the bottom, we have what we call the footer. This is at the top. This is the header. And at the bottom, this is the footer. And the beautiful thing about this theme is that you don't always have to keep scrolling like this. You know, it just feels not really that good. So you can click this here and it will take you to the top. Okay. Now let me go to the dashboard, and how we do that is just click the X button over here to go out from here, and we'll go back to the WordPress dashboard. Right. Now I'm going to click here and go to dashboard. And let me take you and explain to you the menus and important things that you need to know about the menu. All right, okie dokie. So right now, to access the menus, click on Appearance, then go to Menus. Right. So let's go ahead and just check out how many menus do we exactly have over here. Pretty sure we have 2, but I think we do have 3 because there's one for the mobile as well. So if I click over here, all right. So here we have a footer navigation menu and the main menu. Now, to select a menu, you have to click here and select your menu and click on this select item or select button, and the menu will be selected. So I've just selected the main navigation menu. Let me walk you through this quickly. Over here, this menu contains all of this. So this is a page. The rest here is just categories. Remember, in order to create a category, you have to come back here to posts, categories, add new categories. Now here are the categories that we have. Let's suppose that you want to take this category and remove it. You can click on it, remove. Right now it will be removed. Now if I want to get it back, I have to go here to categories. And I suppose that category was video. I can click and add it to menu, and right now it will be added back. Now you can rearrange categories however you like. You can take the reviews category, put it at the below here, and save menu. And so right now, if I go back to my website, if I visit, what's going to happen is these are going to be displayed in the order that we see over here. So instead of the reviews category being here at the left-hand side at the beginning of the menu, it will be at the end of the menu, exactly here. Now, over here, you can add pages to your menu. Of course, you have to go and create a page. And how do you add pages? Well, you just come here and view all. Now, for instance, here, I can see that the contact page is not on the main menu. So how do we add it? Well, you click on it, click on add menu. Let's say, for example, that you want to take the contact page and put it underneath the home. Now you can take it, drag and drop it here underneath. If you save menu, of course, have to give it some time to save. Go back over here, click on refresh. If you do, you'll notice that if we go to the category of home, you'll notice the contact page is there, right? Now you can add your contact page in here if you want, it's up to you. Now in my case, I don't want the contact page to be there because it's already on the footer, I suppose. So if I scroll to the footer, right, if I scroll back, I see it's already here, so there's no reason for me to add it at the top. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete it. Now there are some pages and categories that are good to show on the main menu, and some categories are good to show on the footer menu. For example, here, about, advertise, privacy policy, and contact. These are not necessarily important to show at the top unless you only have these pages. But in this case, with this website, we have a lot of categories, and so if we decide to show all of them at the top, everything is going to feel cramped up. It's not going to have that good-looking aspect. Now here, let's get deep inside the elements or the categories. So for example here, if I click on the category here, but let me just go back. Now if I hover over the news category, notice what happens. We see some subcategories, and we see some posts and trending tags. And so if I come back here, if I click on the news category and wait for a second, you can see here we have this aspect called a mega menu, which is extremely good, and this is available with this theme. Now it's available for some themes, but it's not available for others, and with this particular theme here, it's available. And you can see that we have chosen this style. That's why we have the elements displaying like this. Now if you choose a different style and click on Save Menu, if we go back, and of course, let's wait for a second here before we click on Refresh. If I click on Refresh over here, and if I hover back on the news category, right, let me do that now as a matter of fact. You can see that now the layout has changed because we have changed the layout. Now it doesn't display properly for some reason, so I'm just going to go back over here. Click on the news category, and let me go to mega menu category, go to style number 2, and let me just get it back to what it was. Now over here, you can decide how many posts you want to show per category. Now for instance here, there are 6 posts shown. And if you want to show more, you can show more. Here they're setting up this to 6. I think 6 is a pretty good number. You can control the tags here. So for example, if you want to delete a tag, you can delete it. If you want to add new tags, you can add them, but just make sure that before you add a tag or a category, make sure that you add them from here first. So go ahead, add your categories and tags here, and then come here and add them here, because otherwise you'll just have an error and the categories will not be displayed because you haven't created them yet. So go ahead and create them first, then come back over here and add them. Now right here, let's say you want to add an icon next to the word news, right? First of all, let me click on Save Menu because I don't want to lose changes. Let me go back and refresh because I want to see if my changes have taken place. Right, so if I hover, I think this is perfectly fine, even though there's a little bit of a bug over there, but no problem. I think it's going to solve itself after a second. But if I scroll down, let's say that I want to add next to news in the left-hand side, I want to add a icon. I can click on the news category over here, and I can go down at the bottom here to menu icon. I can click enable icon. Now, if you have an SVG image ready to use as your own icon, you can click use image as icon and upload your image by clicking add image. In our case, I'm perfectly satisfied to just use the icons that we have over here by clicking this button. And you can search for the icon or just flick here and look for something that you like that is relevant. Now, for instance, let's say I want to use this one. So if I click on it and if I click save menu, the problem here is that this icon that we have chosen is completely black, and so even if I refresh, it's not going to display properly because the icon color is black. So I'm going to have to go ahead, go back here, and I'm going to have to change the icon's color to an icon color, like a white color, for example, because right now it's going to be able to display here. So now that I saved the menu, if I go and click here on refresh, naturally you can see that now we have the icon. And you can do this pretty much similarly with the rest of the categories. Now let's say, for example, that you want to place the reviews and video category under the category of Xbox. I can take this one, put it here, take this one, put it here. And right now, both of them are under the category of Xbox. Let me save menu and show you what I'm talking about here, because words are cheap. Let me just refresh the page here. Okay, so if I refresh the page now, Xbox One, under Xbox One, we have the categories video and reviews, right? Now, if I want to take them back, I can just click back here, move them back, save menu, and that's it. And similarly, you can edit your footer menu exactly the same way. You just make sure that you select your footer navigation menu, click on select, and that'll be all, right? Come in here, you can add pages, you can delete pages, you can control stuff. Now here, of course, we're going to have to build an about page and a privacy policy page and a contact page at the end, because I believe that if I go back here and click, I don't think they have created a contact page, so we have to create one from scratch. And if they did, then good for us, right? They have created one, except for this form doesn't work. So I'll show you how to make it work later on. And so now that we are done with menus, let's move on and let me take you to the customizer back again, because there's a lot of stuff that we need to still see before we move on. Let me click here on customize. Okay, customize, customize, customize. Right, so let me show you how to modify the website colors from here. So we are on the customizer right now. And the thing I notice here is you see this little tag over here that says news, this one here that says PS4, PS4. Now these tags are yellow, and the reason they're that way is because they are relevant to the previous logo. Because remember the previous logo that we've imported at the beginning of the demo website, that logo was yellow. It had some yellow color, it had some black colors. And so that's the reason why when we imported the demo website, these colors came in like this. But naturally, we would want to change these colors to match the logo here, because the logo here has a blue color and an orange color. So in order to change the website's colors, you need to go to Jnews layout and color scheme. And then over here, as far as the layout and background is concerned, if you click over here, let me just show you what this does. Now let's say, for example, that you want to change the color of the entire boxed container. You can scroll down over here, and let's say you want to change the background to be red. Now you can choose the red color, and you see the effect that it does. Now over here, I don't want to choose the red color. I want to choose the white color because it looks better. And you can actually manipulate that. You can even enable boxed content. In that case, you can see over here that this will not be full width. Let me just show you. If I disable it, this is what happens. If I enable it, this is what happens. Now, you can even select a background color for the boxed container. Now, if I select, for example, a background color from my website, let me just go ahead and select an image. Now we have this image of a keyboard and that. So if I scroll down, you can see over here that this is not so bad after all, because you can add a background out there of gaming, a gaming background. In which case, you have to go and find an image that's good, that looks good. And here you can see background repeat. Well, there's no repeat actually. And yeah, so the image should actually match this. But in my case, I'm not going to do this. I'm interested to keep this disabled because I want my website to flow naturally. Now, there is a website that I've built with this theme, and you can go and find it. It's a food website, and for that particular website, we have used the boxed layout because it's a food website, and I wanted people to understand that it's a food website. So I wanted to give it the feel of a food website, and that's the reason why I took one of the most delicious pizza images, and I added that on the background. But anyways, that just makes me hungry for pizza. I think I'm gonna go and find one. I'm still hungry. But anyways, if I click here on site feed setting, site feed is this little sidebar on the left hand side, and that's why it is called the site feed. And what it does is it gives you your blog posts in a horizontal way. So if I just take this or enable this, look at what's going to happen, right? So on the left hand side, it's going to display, right? And people can scroll down, they can see what your site feed is all about, how many blog posts you have, and they can click on your blog post from here. Now over here on your site feed, you can set this up to be for 12 posts. You can set it up to be for maybe 19 posts. So you can decide how many posts you want to show in here, and it all depends on you. Now you can basically here control the background color, so you can do a bunch of stuff. Now in my case, I don't like my website to be cramped up like this, and besides, if I scroll up to the top, you can see that my logo doesn't appear anymore, all because of the site feed. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to disable this site feed because it's not really necessary, you know. I think it's pretty cool to leave our website just like this. Let me click on the home page by clicking on the logo. Remember that you can always access the home page by clicking on the logo. Now, let me go back over here and let me click on scheme and website color, and this is where you can control the colors. Now, accent color. What exactly is accent color? Now, if I click inside over here in this blog post, you'll notice that there are some links out there. We call them internal links. And these links, for instance, this link, unorthographic, right? This is a link, right? And the color of this link is, as you can see, it's orange. Now, as it happens, we have a little bit of an orange color, so I think it flows really good. But on the other hand, when we click on this link, it turns black. And so I would like the entry link color to be different. I would like it to be kind of blue, all right? So I'm going to scroll down over here and I'm going to click. I'm going to change it to this blue color. And so right now, right, this is this actually has made it like this. So let me just go here, take the accent color. Gave the opposite effect that I wanted. Let me scroll down. Entry link color. Let me click here. Let me add this color like this. Now when we hover over this, right, let me go to accent color, and in accent color, let me change it to blue. And so if I click now, right, normally it should display, right? Let me scroll down. I don't know why it doesn't display, right? But normally it should. Well, I'll leave it to propagate. I'll leave the changes to propagate. Maybe it just needs a matter of time. And over here, in order to emphasize on the links, I'm going to enable the link underline under the link so that it gives it this kind of look. I think this is pretty cool. So I'm going to publish, then go out. Now over here, mobile browser color is not really much to see. This is just if you want to change the background color for mobile, right? Now, if you don't like this white color, you can change that to whatever color you'd like. I'll just like to keep it this way, and let me go out. Now over here, I'm going to take you to the fonts. So let me scroll down. Jnews font option. Let me click on desktop view first. And let me show you how you can manipulate the global fonts. But first of all, let me click here to go back to the home page. As you can notice over here, we have this little game 1-2 turned blue, because we have changed the accent color to blue. And that's even better because, yeah, this blue color matches the blue color on the logo. And the only thing left for us to do right now is to match this, right? The color of the, I think the color of the headline is good because when we hover over it, it also turns blue. So I'll just leave it like that. But I'm more interested in changing this little yellow tag. So let me click here on global font. On global font here, you can see the font family for the body. And the body is the body content. So this one here is body content. This one here is body content. When you click inside of a post and you go inside, the content inside is the body content. And so here, the font family that they have chosen for the body content is Source Sans Pro. So if I click inside this post, for example, let me go ahead and change its font just so you can see what I'm talking about over here. So if I go, for example, here, I'm going to select the font. And let me go, for example, and change it to, I don't know, let me just change it to whatever, Sophia. You can see that right now, it changed to Sophia. Now, I'm not interested in keeping it this way. So how do I get it back to default? Well, I'll just delete this theme and it will go back to whatever font it was at the beginning. Now over here, the font size is set for 15 pixels. The color is set for black, even though you can see here that it's white, but if you click, it is set to black color. You can change that to this kind of color if you'd like. Changes do not really propagate as fast as they should for some reason. But anyways, let's just get this back to black for convenience. And over here, header font. Now the header is this particular thing over here. You can change the font of that as well. You can change its size, you can change its color, even though I highly recommend you not to do that. And as far as the main menu, you can change the main menu's color. So this is the main menu. You can come in here, change the font of the main menu. Now let's, for example, change it to monospace. Now you can see right now it changed to monospace. And if I want to go back to what it was, I just have to delete this font and we'll be done with it. Except for the fact that the logo for some reason came to the top. Right, we'll fix that later. But if you scroll down here, you can see that the post title, you can modify that. The post title is what you see outside of the post. The paragraph font, this is the color for paragraphs. I think that's why the colors didn't change when we modified them from the body font. But anyways, here you can modify all the fonts. Just make sure that you're looking exactly where you need to be. So the paragraph font, I guess, is for the inside of a post. The body font is for particularly this. And so let me just click on publish and go out. Now here, the menu kind of looks a little bit cramped up for some reason. Now I don't want it to stay that way, so I'm going to go out. Then I'm going to go to Jnews header option. I click my logo here, main menu. Now normally everything should be fine, but let me just move my main menu here, and then I'll move it back. Right, I think this is better. Right, let me move it back to see if this is going to change anything. Right, it still didn't. Now, okay, let me do one thing over here. Let me just go and publish this and just preview this stuff to see if it looks better outside of the customizer. Now here, let's have a look at it. Right, it doesn't look quite well. Okay, so we need to change this. Now, let me just try taking the logo to the top here. Let me see how this is going to look. Right, it doesn't look well. All right, so I'm forced to take the main menu here, the logo back here, and that's it. Let me click on publish. And let's go right now to preview this. Normally this is going to look pretty good. Right, but this is what happens when you change the font on the website, Now it looks pretty good. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it like that. Now over here, let's continue the editing. Now that I've shown you how to modify the font, how to modify the header, how to modify everything else. Now I'm more interested to modify the footer, or show you how you can modify the footer. So next, let me go ahead and show you how to modify the footer of this particular website. All right, so to actually modify the footer of a website, you have to come here and there's an option, Jnews footer option. Click on that. And over here, this is the footer layout that we have for now, but it doesn't mean that you can keep it that way. You can change it if you want. Click on footer layout. And over here, you have multiple layouts. So you have style number 1, style number 2, number 3, number 4, up until style number 6, 7. And of course, you can use the custom style to create your own style. Now, in my case, I perfectly like this to be in this particular style, like this, with the about us, categories, tags. But it doesn't mean that you cannot change it. You can actually change this to whatever you want. You can, for example, go for this, in which case you can actually change this. Now you can see it looks a little bit not that good. Let's try, for example, with this one, style number 3. Style number 3 also looks good. We have this little newsletter bar over here that we can add. Now let's try with this one as well. This one is also good, except for it has these separators that doesn't make it look good. So I'm going to click publish, and next I'm going to find a way to add a newsletter sign up form over here. If it doesn't work, we're just going to revert back to style number 3. So let me just keep this for this particular moment. Let's go out. Click on publish first in order not to lose your changes. Now click on footer option. And right here on footer option, you can decide to position the menu right or left or whatever you'd like. Over here is social position. Now, social position on secondary footer. The social icons are not showing here because they're at the top. Let me scroll down. The background color, I'd like to keep it black. You can change it to whatever you want. Now, in fact, over here, we can change the background color to dark blue according to the logo, but since we also have black in the logo, I think it's pretty good to keep the black color because it looks better. Now, if I scroll down over here, text color, now this is not good. Let me change that to white. And if I scroll down over here, you can see now that the text has changed to white. It's even better. Link color, right? So link color, these are the links and they are in white. Link hover color, when we hover over these links, they turn into this orange, which matches the color on our logo. Now buttons, as far as the buttons, button background color, I'm just gonna leave all these like this. Now let me scroll down. I'm more interested in changing this to blue or orange instead of yellow. Let me scroll down. Right, so copyright color, copyright link color, menu text color. Right, let me click this. Let me change this to blue. This one has changed to blue. Copyright link color, let's change this to white. Copyright color, let's also change it to white. This at the bottom. Secondary footer background, tag cloud text, tag cloud background, input text, input form. Right, so I need to find this. Right, so let me just keep looking. All right, widget title color, this is the one. And I want to change it to blue, right? And I think we've done a pretty good job, right? So let me just click on publish now. I think that this matches the color on our website, which is pretty good, right? And so here you can also change the copyright if you want. So here the copyright is written like this: 2023 Jnews, premium WordPress new magazine theme by JG Theme. But you can actually change this to whatever you want. So for example, here if you want to change this copyright to 2023 and the name of your website, let's say it's Gamer Paradise, right? You can say 2023 Gamer Paradise copyright, right? So, and you can do that. So you can come in here and change this. Now I'm just going to go back, and this is how you edit the footer. Now let's move on to the single post option. Or in fact, I think it's better if we talk about the advertisements instead of the single post option. So let's go and let me show you how to add ads on your website. Okay. Now you can see already here that we have some ads, but those we can edit them with Elementor. So we can use Elementor to place code on here. But I'm going to show you how you can place ads inside of a blog post, right? Because if I take this blog post, for example, or any blog post for that matter, and if we go inside it, you'll notice that it doesn't have any ads inside, right? Inside of the blog post, there's no ads. And even at the bottom, at the footer, there's not really any ad, except for this responsive or this sidebar, this right sidebar. We have an ad, but we're more interested to have ads inside of the blog post as well as outside of the blog post. So how do we do that? Well, it's very simple actually. I want you to click on Jnews advertisement option. Now over here, I'm not interested to add any header ads because this is going to make our website look ugly. So if I add ads over here, especially on these gaming websites, because people, you know, they're so easy to just alienate. So I would not like to alienate people. But if you want to add headers or add header advertisement, just have to enable this. And let's say, for example, that you want to add a script code that you have. Now, as it happens, I'm an affiliate for App Impact. Let me go ahead and log into my account. And I'm actually an affiliate for many brands. And so, for example, let's pick the brand Envato Market. Now, let me go and take a banner here. So, for example, this is a banner. If I click on it, now here, they have given me the image, they have given me the ad code, and they're also given me the tracking link. Now let me show you how you can add an image as an ad. So for example, if I download this image, right now the image was downloaded. If I go back over here, now I've enabled the above header advertisement. So this is an image ad, so I'm going to click on image ads. and I need to import the image, which I've just downloaded right now. So by importing that image, right, I can put it here. Now you can give it an alt text to make your website ADA compliant. Make sure of that. And right here you can see my ad at the top, except for the fact that if people click on this, this is just an image. So they're not going to be taken to any website and you're not going to make any commission. So how do you basically make commissions from people clicking on your ad? Well, you need to scroll down over here. You see this above header advertisement link. And so you need to go back and get your advertisement link, right? Now I'm going to get tracking link. Now this is my tracking link. Copy it. I go back. I'm going to paste it. So now when people click here, because I have a tracking link placed or an affiliate link, what's going to happen is if they make a purchase, that purchase is going to be attributed to me, right? And I'm going to make a commission from that. Now, if I scroll down over here, you can see that there is a little bit of an inconvenience. There's no space between the ad and the menu, and which makes it look a little ugly. So over here, I'm going to go down and click show above header advertisement text to add that little bit of a space that says advertisement over here. Now, one thing that is very important also is when people click on your ad, you don't want them to leave your website and to open up a new window inside of your website. You want to keep your website open, but you want them to open the ad in a new tab. So in order to do that, make sure that you tick this box over here. Now here, you can enable normal load for the image advertisement. And this is how you enable an image ad. Now let's say, for example, you have a script ad or you want to add a script ad instead of an image ad. Well, you just come here, change this, click on script code, scroll down. Over here you have the ad code. Now it's basically the same thing. It's just that this is an image and this is an ad code, and basically it's just what you prefer, right? It depends on your preference. Some people prefer to add images. Some people prefer to add the ad code. They're both the same, except for the script code does not require you to paste your affiliate link because the affiliate link is integrated inside of the code. So there's no need for you to add the affiliate link. And most importantly, script code are what enables them or what enables specific websites to create ads like this one here, responsive ads. Images are not responsive, but code can be responsive. For example, this ad is responsive, right? So if I add this on my website, it's going to play with that animation that you're looking at right there. And so that's one other thing. Now you can add a header advertisement. You can add a below header advertisement if you want. So here, if I enable below header advertisement, I can come in here and I can just go get a script code. Let me get, for example, this one here, even though it's not the exact same size because you can see that this is wide and our ad is not wide, but let me just add it for example. And if I add the script code now, you can see that I have an ad. I can scroll down. I can click show below header advertisement. And now my website is filled with ads. But like I said, this is not convenient for people, especially people interested in the gaming world, because these are generally younger people. And so they would be really alienated if they find that we are trying to make, the most of them, or trying to get profit out of them. So I'm comfortable with adding ads inside of the blog, but not really all over the place. Now, I would have done this for a food blog because people wouldn't really care. I would have done this for different types of blogs, but not for a gaming blog because the audience is a little different. So I'm going to disable the above header advertisement. I'm going to disable all the rest of the stuff. Let me go out. And over here, I want you to click on article ads. Now, as far as the other ads, we're not going to need to go in detail with them because the category ads is not really necessary. Site feed ads, not necessary since we don't really have a site feed. And global ads, well, not necessary. Mobile ads, well, if we add ads here, they're going to be added on mobile, so there's no point in going there. And so I'm going to click on our article ad. But first of all, what you want to do is you want to click inside of your article. You want to make sure that you click inside of your article because you want to see what happens. Now here in this article, we have this little video. I think this guy looks a little bit like Mads Mikkelsen, if I'm correct. Looks a little bit like Hannibal, the actor from Hannibal, but I don't know. It just looks that way to me. So now let me show you how to incorporate ads inside of a post to make it look good, right? And to make money from affiliate revenue. Now, affiliate revenue is just one way to make money. You could make money from CPA, cost per action, or cost per click. Now, there are some companies that are going to pay you for clicks, and they're going to give you assets. They're going to ask you to put those assets on your website. And so it depends on the number of clicks that you get. The more clicks you get, the more you get paid. Some people pay you per commission per sale. For example, this particular program that I'm affiliated with, they're paying me for every sale that I drive. They're paying me basically 20%. Some companies would go as far as paying you even 90%. Some even pay you 100%. And so, believe me, there's good money to be made in affiliate marketing. And so you just have to be clear about what you want and about the niche that you're trying to promote. And for the gaming market, there's just a lot of programs that you can promote. And let me give you a clue on how many affiliate programs. Now, this is a website known as Authority Hacker. And it's a blog, actually. And here they're talking about the top gaming affiliate programs. Here we have Razer affiliate program, Alienware affiliate program, Zygor Guides affiliate program, NVIDIA. So all of these can be promoted by you, right? And they're explaining everything in detail here. For example, they're telling you here, Razer affiliate program will give you a commission of 1% to 20% per sale. The cookie duration is 30 days, which means that if people click on your link and purchase within that range of 30 days, you will make money from it, right? Now, if I scroll down over here, and by the way, the products here of Razer affiliate program are not cheap, right? So some products can start off at $1,500. And so calculate, let's say, just 10% of that. That's still $150. And so you'd really be, even if you see over here that the commission rate is low, but trust me, because the price of the products is high, you're going to be able to make some decent commissions. And so what you need to focus on is creating high quality content, okay? High quality content that engages with people and persuades them. I'll show you that in a minute. I'll show you how to use ChatGPT to write high engaging content, even if you suck at copywriting, and even if you suck at SEO and never heard about SEO in your life. I promise you that by the end of this course, you're going to be an expert at it. So trust me on that. Over here, this affiliate program goes as far as giving you 50% commission rate. Cookie duration is incredibly 60 days. So if that person clicks on your link and then in the period of 60 days or during that time frame of 60 days goes on to make a purchase, you will make you'll make an affiliate commission. You'll still make an affiliate commission as long as they purchase it during that period of time. And so there's a lot of programs out here that you can promote, and you can just come in here and read about these programs. And some of you might be asking, well, how do I join these affiliate programs? I want to join them. How do I do that? Well, you just actually come in here, for example, on Authority Hacker. It gives you the URL, right? So this is the URL that will direct you to the Razer affiliate program. If you want to join that program, for example, click on it. It will open up in a new tab, and then you go over here. Now let me close this, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. I agree, scroll down. Now over here, they're talking about the program policy and stuff, but I want to see where I can apply. Play hard, earn big, right? Join the affiliate program, right? So let me see if I scroll. Right, affiliates may not use any variation. Okay, right, so normally there should be a call to action here or a button to join the affiliate program. I don't see it. I'll see it for some reason. Well, maybe there's a problem with this website. Let me close it down. Let me go to another one. For example, let's scroll down over here to Alienware. Let me click on this. Hopefully they have a clear call to action. All right, so here, time for tech that fits. Now, normally, if you don't find access to the affiliate program from this URL, you can scroll down to the bottom. And usually at the bottom, they have affiliates or a page for affiliates. All right, this is the partner program. If I click on partner program, this is also a way that they call the affiliate program. And if you scroll down over here, you can see that you can sign up, right? Click on sign up now, and you just have to answer a bunch of questions. And basically here, what's necessary is that you should have a website, okay? You should have a website. Without a website, you can't apply. And a website shouldn't just be a bland website. It should be a website with content. All right, let's experiment with this affiliate program as well. Let's see. Right, this one is called Zigor. Right, and here you can sign up to the affiliate program from here. Just have to give your first name and email address and click sign up. And of course, the process is a little long, not that long, but you have to answer some questions because they're not going to accept anyone, okay? So they need to make sure that they're accepting someone who at least has a website or a blog where they have content and they've been doing it for at least about a month or two or even more. And so that's the requirements to get accepted on an affiliate program. So I think I've talked enough about affiliate programs right now. So let's go back to showing you how you can add advertisements inside of the blog post. All right, so first things first over here is enable above article advertisement. Well, above article is above article, and we don't want to do that. We don't want an ad that stands out over here at the top of the title of the article. But we want to enable top content advertisement. So this is what it's going to do. If I scroll down, this is the top content. So if I click enable top content advertisement, look at what's going to happen. So I prefer the script code. So I'm going to go over here, get a script code. So I'm just going to go and get this one here. Let me go back and paste this. Now I can show the top content advertisement text to kind of separate between the text and the ad. And over here, if I scroll down, you have the option to add inline content 1 advertisement. You also have inline content 2 and inline content 3. Now, what this means is that you can add up to 3 ads inside of the content. Let's start off first with the first one. Now, over here, it is placed at the paragraph number 3, even though nothing shows up, but that's okay because we haven't really added any code or image for that matter. That's why you can see nothing. But let's place it at the 6th or 8th or 7th paragraph or something like that. And let me go and get a script code. So I'm going to go over here to App Impact. I'm going to go and get this particular code. Let me go back. And let me scroll down over here to paste my ad code. Click on Show Inline Content Advertisement. If I scroll down, you can see that my ad is here. Now I can scroll down some more. I can click Enable Inline Content 2. This time I can also choose Script Ad. I can add this at paragraph number 10. And I can go, for example, over here, look for another ad. Let's say I like this one. So I click on it. Go to Ad Code. Copy. Come back. Scroll down. And then paste the ad. Now if you're going to join gaming affiliate programs, of course they're going to give you assets like these ones that you can use. They're going to give you some code, they're going to give you images, and you can put those on your website so that you don't really have to go and use Google AdSense. Now in case you want to use Google AdSense on your website, you can do that as well. And by the way, it's even better to not apply for Google AdSense unless you at least have around 30 to 40 good quality blog posts and some traffic, right? So you first of all have to go and get some decent traffic, let's say 1,000 or 2,000 people reading your website per month. And when you get that, and when you get 30 to 40 blog posts, you can go and apply for Google AdSense, even though I must say it's not really the most profitable way to make money. People think it's the most lucrative way to make money, but in my opinion, it's the laziest way to make money because you're not monitoring the programs that you're using. If you're an affiliate, you're making commissions, and commissions are a lot more than how much you're going to make from Google AdSense. AdSense will pay you per view. They're not going to pay you that much, trust me, right? And so affiliates, they can pay you really high, especially when a person clicks on one of your links that speaks about a computer and goes on to purchase a $2,000 computer. Just imagine how much you're going to make from that one click. And so, yeah. Now here, I can enable inline content 3 advertisement. I prefer not to, but I can scroll down over here. Now the content parallax, let me just show you what the parallax means. If I click on parallax here, what's going to do, it's going to add a gap, right? And in this gap, I can add a huge advertisement. Now, let's say you have a huge advertisement. I'm talking about these kind of ads, right? This one is a big advertisement. Now, if you want to add that, you need to add a space, a parallax advertisement space, and you can come in here and basically just copy paste your script code. Like for instance, I can copy the script code of this, go to add code, click here, scroll down, and then paste. And we have now our parallax, right? And you can see that it kind of follows you right around. So I'm not a fan. I'm not really a fan of this type of ad. So I'm just gonna disable it. Now, if I scroll down, bottom content advertisement. Now let's place an ad here at the bottom of the content. So I'm gonna click enable bottom content advertisement. I'm gonna go and get a script code of a different ad this time. So let me go, for example, to the Stellar WP affiliate program. Let's go to images. Now let me take this. Let me click on the add code, copy code, scroll down, and then paste my code. Let me just make sure of one thing here. Let me scroll down and click show bottom content advertisement. And let me scroll down here. Now, enable below article advertisement. The below article is going to add an advertisement at the end of the article, so we can do that as well. So I'm going to click enable, and I'm just going to go and find a piece of code, right? So a banner, maybe this one here. This one is pretty good. Go to add code, copy, come back, script code over here, and simply paste my code. Click show below article advertisement. You can see this ad is huge, but anyways, right now we have ads all across our website, which is pretty awesome. So I can click on publish, and right now what's going to happen is when people visit any blog of ours, if I click this blog for instance, you're going to notice that we have ads inside of that blog in exactly the same repetition as the other blog, because when you apply ads for an article, they apply for all articles. Okay, that's the good thing, is that you don't have to do it twice. You just have to do it once. So now that we've finished with the topic of adding advertisement, let's go out. Let's see what other stuff we can see. Now over here, an interesting thing about blog posts is meta descriptions, title, and the rest of the stuff, but also how many people actually view the post, how many people share the post, and these share icons that allow people to share your post on social media. You need to make sure that they're there, and you need to make sure that you enable buttons for people to share your post or your article on specific website where you want to be, where you want your post to be shared. So let's talk about that here. So let me go first of all here and click on social, like, and view. Let me click on social bar, view, and like. All right, so here we have this button that says share on Facebook, share on Twitter, Google+, and we have this one here that can also give people access to share on other networks as well. So if I scroll down over here, if I click main button, number 1, you can see this is for Facebook. Main button number 2 is for Twitter, and the other one I don't need to tell you, it's for Google+. Right. Now I can shorten these, and I can actually repurpose them. So let's say, for example, I want to show Twitter before Facebook. I can just swap their positions like this, and look at what's going to happen here. I can swap the position of Google+ and Facebook, and right now Google+ is going to take the position of Facebook, and I can do it this way. Now over here is secondary share network. The secondary share network is when you click on this little button over here. Now if I click on secondary share network, we have LinkedIn and we have Pinterest, but you can add more. You can click and choose. For example, let's say you want to add, I don't know, you want to add Reddit, you can add that. And so people will be able to share your posts on Reddit as well when they click here. Now if I scroll down, social share threshold, only show social share total number if it is more than 0, right? So this, if the number of shares is less than 0, they're not going to show any shares. But you can actually set it up to be different. You can set it up to be 100. So if you don't want your social shares to be shown if the number of social shares is less than 100, you can do that. If I scroll down over here, there's not really much to see, except for one thing over here. Manipulation, right? We can manipulate how many views we have, right? Now the initial view count here is basically 0. Well, 3 views, it's because we have been viewing our posts. So yes, viewing your post is also considered as a view, and it basically increments the number of views. But here I can click and I want to change this to, let's say, a positive number of 13,000, right? So we are pretty famous, right? Now over here, you can see that now our post has been seen by 13,000 people. Wow, that's awesome. Okay. Now if I scroll down social share based on view, now let's say, for example, that you want the social shares to be 20% based on the number of views. I can do that. I can come in here and change this to 20%, right? Or something close, maybe 19%. And so now what it's going to do is going to take 21, multiply it by 13K, of course, 13,000, and it's going to make up or calculate the number of shares. Now, if I scroll down over here, there is the like percentage. Now, usually the like percentage is seen over here, but you can also manipulate that. Let's say that like percentage based on view is 12%. Right now, they're going to take 13,000 and multiply it by 12% and give you the number of likes. Unfortunately, there's also a number of dislikes, and normally, by default, this theme is rigged to not make the number of likes 100%. They're rigged to make the number of likes at least, number of dislikes at least 5%. So even if you put here 12%, it's not going to be exactly 12% multiplied by 13,000. Okay, so they're going to take 5% of that and make it dislikes. Well, that adds a little bit of reality to the thing, because if you only had likes, then probably this means that you're not a decent website. So let's scroll out over here, social icon. Now if we scroll to the top, we have 3 social icons over here. We have Facebook, we have Twitch, and we have YouTube. Now over here, you can add your own links. So for example, here on Facebook, you can add the link of your Facebook page or of your blog's Facebook page. And I highly recommend you to go and create a Facebook page or a group where you can post videos about playing games. You can post blog posts there. From time to time, use some advertisement to get some people to the Facebook page to kind of like the Facebook page, because that is going to be a major part from where you get your traffic. Because growing a Facebook page, let's say, for example, that you've grown your Facebook page to 50,000 people. Now, 50,000 people is a pretty good audience. And if only, let's say, 10% of those people engage with your content, you would get at least around 5,000 people per month engaging with your website. And you could make some decent money either from advertisement or affiliate commissions. So it's always great to invest in your social presence and in your presence on these social media channels. Like I said, make sure that you add your social links over here. You can do the same for Twitch. You can do the same for YouTube. And you can even add more. You can come in here, click plus. You can choose the icon. Let's say, for example, you want to add Twitter. You can do that. Right now, Twitter was added. Just have to come here and add your Twitter link. And that's it. Now make sure you click on publish. Now here's social select, not select, social select and share. Now here, enable Jnews and select, well, let's leave it at that. Social meta settings here. Now here, Jnews meta header. Well, if you want to disable the meta header, well, you can do that. Well, I'm not going to do anything of that sort. Let me scroll down, social login setting. Now this is not a login based website. Okay, this is not a website where people log in and create an account, because this is not a membership website. This is just a regular blog. But in some cases, in some blogs, when they grow and when they have a lot of traffic, like for example, the New York Times, you can no longer visit the New York Times now if you don't pay for their membership. But only months ago, it didn't used to be the case, right? It wasn't the case. But as you grow and as you get some traffic, that's an option. You can make that an option of, hey, if you want to visit my website, you need to have an account, and you need to give me your email address for that to create an account. So you can make that compulsory. like button settings here. Like you can show likes and dislikes, or if you're a dictator, you can only show likes. If you're a dictator like me, you don't like to be criticized. You can show likes, but I mean, let's just show likes and dislikes because we want to provide the true image. We are true people and honest people. Okay, so let me click on publish there. All right, so pretty much here we've finished with the social like and view stuff. Now let me go to, I think, view counter setting. I think we've pretty much seen everything over here on this particular menu. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to take you for a walk on Elementor. Just make sure that you publish. So let's go out, close this one down. Let me open the website in a new tab. Make sure that the Elementor plugin is installed. And over here, click on Edit with Elementor. All right, so let me take you through an Elementor, a little small tutorial because I don't want to take you through an entire tutorial, but let me just show you the basics. Elementor is a block builder, okay? So you can use Elementor to edit by using the drag and drop functionality. Let's say, for example, that you want to add a text or let's say an image underneath this. You can take an image, drag and drop it. Right now you have an image. You can go take an image, either from your media library or you can upload it from your computer. Now let's just take this particular image over here. And there you go, you have an image. Now let's say you want to make this image smaller. You can take that, make it smaller by making it thumbnail size. You can control it, make it left, center, right. So you can control this image. You can even add a link to this image by clicking custom URL. And so you can add a link, I don't know, maybe the link to the New York Times or something. And when people click on this link, they're going to be taken to that link. So if I delete this, I can delete it. Now, you can click here on the right-hand side of your mouse and go to the navigator option. The navigator option is going to enable you to see what this page is all about. How many sections are in this page? And in each section, how many columns? In each column, what does it contain? So here it tells us section number 1 contains a column, and in that column, it contains Jnews Hero 5. Now, you can swap sections between each other. Let's say, for example, that you want this section to be displayed second, and you want the second section to be displayed first. You can click on the next section and take it, put it at the top. And so now what's going to happen is this section is going to be at the top, the other one is at the bottom. If you want to get this stuff back to normal, you can just drag and drop them back. Now, you can also use this little icon over here, history, click on it. This will enable you to go back a little bit in time, so you can click over this and it will go back in time. You can click over this as well and it will also go back in time. Now, the navigator is pretty useful because it enables you to see everything in detail, because sometimes you might not be able to access a specific section because of margin errors or something. And so it's always useful to use the navigator. I like to keep my navigator over here, but most importantly, I take the navigator and smash it against this wall and it just becomes like this. I can make it smaller and I decide I can work like this. I think working like this is pretty cool. Now, if you want to not see a section, or if you want to disable the view on a section, you see this little eye over here? You can click, for example, if I click this eye, right now the first section mysteriously disappeared. If I want the next section to also disappear, third, fourth, fifth, now everything disappeared, right? We have nothing. It's extinct, extinction day, right? So I want to get my stuff back. So I'm going to click this one, click, click, click. I'm clicking on the eyes, and so now the content is back. Now over here, if you click on this little 9 dots, you have so many elements that you can add, right? We have basic elements, we have pro elements, but you also have general elements. Now the basic and general elements are all widgets that you can add for free using the Elementor free version. The pro elements can only be added using the pro version of Elementor, and I quote from them: form, slides, login, nav menu, ABC, animated headline, price table. So there is a reason why Elementor Pro is pro. There is a reason why you need to pay for the pro version, because the pro version of Elementor is pretty good. It enables you a lot of functionality, but I think using the basic version of Elementor and the general version of Elementor is not so bad after all. Now with Jnews and with almost any theme, you also have access to modules of that theme. Now for instance here, Jnews, we have Jnews module, right? We have Jnews Hero, Jnews Element, Jnews Footer, right? So for example here, if I click on this section and the column, now this, let me just make this a little bit bigger. This is Jnews Hero 5. So if you want to look for Hero 5, you could come in here, look for Hero 5, and it will give it to you. So let's say, for example, I want to add Hero 5 in a new section. I need to click this little plus button over here. Click plus, add a section with one column, and go over here, click, search for Jnews 5. Right? Okay, it didn't. It's not Jnews 5. It's actually Hero 5, right? Hero 5. And I can take Hero 5 and just smack it here. And there you go. We have the same particular block or particular module over here and here. Let's say that I want to delete this section. I can click over here, delete, right? And so this is basically how you can use Elementor. And now this is not going to be an intensive tutorial on Elementor. Now you can upgrade Elementor Pro anytime you want by clicking this upgrade button. But if you don't want to upgrade, you can actually, like I said, use the basic elements and the general elements of Elementor. They're all free. And in case you want to expand, in case you want to use more functionality, go back to the WordPress dashboard. Let me show you a trick here that not so many people are going to tell you. Many people want to sell you the Elementor plugin because they make affiliate commissions from it. But I'm going to show you how you can add some interesting plugins because they will give you access to some premium Elementor functionalities. Now over here, search for Elementor. We're not looking for the Elementor plugin itself. On the other hand, we're looking for Elementor add-ons and premium add-ons. Now, there's a lot of add-ons over here. I highly recommend you to install this one here and this one here. The essential add-ons and the premium add-ons. And also make sure that you check how many times this plugin was installed, check the reviews on this thing, and check when was it last updated, okay? It's crucial because a plugin that was last updated a year ago, for example, this one here was last updated 7 months ago, even though it is compatible with our version of WordPress, but this plugin was not updated recently. So there's high risk that there could be viruses on this thing, that this thing could be a loophole for hackers to access your website. So make sure that whatever you're downloading was updated most recently. Just look at Elementor, for example, here, Elementor website builder. It was last updated 24 hours ago. And so this is pretty safe to download. Now over here, compatibility with your version of WordPress is also crucial because that tells you that there is no problem. And if you install this particular plugin, let me just install it and activate it. I will show you that if I go back here and refresh after plugin installation, we'll have some additional functionality that you can use without purchasing the Elementor Pro page builder. And you can keep the free builder if you don't want to invest any money. Now, the thing here is you might be asking yourself, why do people not do this thing here? Why do people not install a bunch of plugins, a bunch of add-on plugins, and why do they go and purchase the Elementor plugin? Well, the answer to that simple question is a simple answer, and that is the fact that when you use 3 or 4 plugins, that will actually make your website a lot slower. And so using one plugin contributes to making your website faster. That's why a lot of people prefer to buy Elementor Pro and to have all of their features that they need in one plugin instead of going and purchase and using 4 or 5 plugins. Because like I said, the more plugins you use, the slower your website gets. Now over here, get started with essential add-ons. Now here we have, right, so I'm just gonna go for the basic here. And here you can check all these items. Now they have checked items for you by default, but you can go ahead, for example, and add the event calendar. You can add the advanced data table. You can add the post timeline, post grid. You can add all this stuff. And it gets better actually because you can click on view all and expand upon this stuff. And you can see that you have a lot of other stuff that you can add here. Now contact form 7, WP Forms, Ninja Form, Gravity Forms. You can activate all of this stuff. And if you click on Next, you can see here that there's also a pro version to this. Well, we're not interested in that, aren't we? So here they're going to prompt you to install this plugin called Templately, which will give you access to 30,000 Elementor templates. Well, I'm not interested in that, so I'm just going to click Next. Over here, I'm also not interested in this. I'm just going to click Next, and no thanks. Okay. So right now, everything is set up. Okay, the plugin was activated. I have elements. 35 from them, or from these elements, are active now. And so if I go over here to Elementor, let me first of all click on Update. And if I refresh this page, you'll notice that we will have Elementor add-ons that we can use for free. Let me first refresh the page. All right, the page is getting refreshed now. Okay, so let's wait for a second here. And if I scroll down over here, let me scroll. All right, you can see right now we have some essential add-ons that we have added, right? And so you can use these for free. You don't have to pay for them, okay? You don't have to pay for this stuff over here. You can use it for free to create a good-looking website, right? And so I think this is all. Now, most of these over here are available on the Pro version. Now, you might be wondering, well, why do they offer this stuff to us for free? Well, I don't know, but I think, like I said, it has a big reason to, or it has a big relationship to the number of plugins that you're using. Like I said, the more plugins you're using, the slower your website gets. And at one point in time, when you're running on a high scale of operation level, when you have some good traffic on your website, you're going to be forced to make some investments. And so investing in one plugin and using one plugin instead of 1,000 is better. And so I think this is a wrap for Elementor. I'm going to take you right now to show you how we can add advertisement, or at least change these advertisements over here, because these are not real advertisements. These are generic advertisements. So I'm just going to go ahead and paste some real advertisements here. And we're going to show you also how you can add a contact form or a contact, a subscription form at the bottom here. So let's do that. Now, let me close Elementor here. Let me go back to visit my website. First things first, I want you to click Edit Page, not with Elementor. Just click Edit Page. We want to edit the page with Gutenberg. And I want to enable Site Loop. And let me explain to you what Site Loop is. Now, if I go and open up my website right now, without activating the Site Loop, when I scroll down, the website is pretty limited, all right? So it's not big. It's pretty limited, okay? It doesn't have a huge length. But now, if I go, for example, here, if I scroll to the bottom and enable Page Loop on the Gutenberg editor, if I click on Update, what's going to happen right now is my page is going to grow. It's going to be a lot bigger. And so let me close the Gutenberg window. Let me refresh this little page over here. And so now I can keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. And you can see that now the website has got a little bit bigger, right? Right, you can see that we have added more. Now what this does is it just plays the blog posts on a loop to make it seem like your website has a lot of content in it. And that actually is good on a marketing level, because it tells people that this is such a big website. And also, it makes the possibility of them clicking on one of your link higher, as opposed to a small website. Now, what I want to do, like I said, I want to click Edit with Elementor, and let me show you how you can edit these ads. All right, so let's edit the first ad over here by clicking this element. Now over here, this is an image ad, but I can definitely change this to script code. And I can go to App Impact over here. Let me get a code. In particular, I think, let's get this one here. Ad code. I'm just going to copy the code here and paste it. Okay. Paste back. All right, so the code was pasted. Now I can show advertisement text, but it's not really necessary for me to do that here. I can click on Update. Let me scroll down over here to see which other ads we can edit as well. We have this one, so I can click on it. This one is a 300 by 600. Let me go and try to find something in that particular size. I think this one is good. Add code, copy code, scroll down. Instead of image, I'm going to use a script code. Paste my script code, update. So now we have this code as well. Now over here, this one is the one that's left. Let me go to script code over here, go back, out. Now the dimensions here, I'm not sure exactly. Let me go to image ads to see the dimensions. It's 970 by 90, right? Let me just go and try to find something that's 970 by 90. Right, let me go, for instance, to this particular affiliate program. 970 by 90. Pretty sure I can find something. Right, okay, scroll. Right, we couldn't find something here. Right, doesn't exist. Let me go to Envato Market this time. 970. All right, so this one is 970 by 90. This is the ideal size. Let me copy, go back, click on script code, and just simply paste my code in here. Now I'm going to do the same thing for this one here, because this one also needs to be 970 by 90. So I'm just going to remove that code and paste my new code. Then I'm going to scroll down. Now we have this little ad over here. Now this ad cannot be edited from Elementor. I can edit this from the widget editor or from widgets. So right now that we've added all the ads, let's go to widgets to apply or to basically change this little advertisement over here. 345 by 345. I'm going to go to the WordPress dashboard here and go to appearance. All right, so go to appearance, hover, click on widgets. And on the widget hand side, on the default right sidebar, right, this one default sidebar, if I click to expand what this sidebar is about, you'll notice what I'm talking about. So we have Jnews ad block, we have Jnews module 19. So I'm going to click on the ad block. I'm going to click on general, and we have this image. Now I don't want it to be an image, I want it to be a script code. Let me go and get a script code that matches that. Now we have 300 by 250. Unfortunately, I don't think we can find the 345 by 345, but I can use this one here, for example. Simply let me copy the code, come back, and paste my code. Now, show advertisement text. Well, I can show that. I can also not show it. I'm going to click on save. So now if I go back over here to refresh the page, you'll notice that we will have an ad over here on the right sidebar. So that's pretty awesome. Now, before moving onwards, I'm going to add a newsletter sign-up form using Mailchimp. So I'll show you how to do that very easily. We'll add that on this sidebar over here. First of all, we need to connect our website with Mailchimp. Okay, so let me scroll down over here to show you the ad, right? So the ad was added successfully here. So I'm just going to close Elementor here. And let me go to Mailchimp. Click on Mailchimp. Now, I want you to go to Google and open up a Mailchimp window or log into your Mailchimp account. In case you don't have a Mailchimp account, create a Mailchimp account. All right, so search for Mailchimp, go inside. Here we are on Mailchimp. Right, so make sure that you go to Mailchimp.com and let's turn our emails into revenue. Right, I'm just kidding. We're not going to turn our emails into any revenue here. Now, if you don't have an account, click on sign up. But if you do have an account, click on log in, which is what I'm going to do. Log in. All right, here they're just going to ask us to add a little bit of security. Well, I'm just going to, I want to skip. Normally, they will give me access to skip. Well, this time they didn't for some reason. So let me refresh this page to see what the problem is about. Right. There's no way around this, I guess. Okay, so let me just log in back. All right, give me the access to my account. Come on, I don't want to verify. Okay, well, let's click here. Now this time it's almost like they're trying to tell me we're not going to give you access until you do what we want. Okay, and so here I need to go ahead and add a security question, which I'm going to do. Okie dokie. So now I'm in my Mailchimp dashboard or my Mailchimp account. So now I want you to click this P button, or not P button, actually click here on this little icon. Go to click on here on your profile. Okay. Then what I want you to do is to click on extras, click on API keys. Now, as it happens, I've already created a bunch of API keys. So I'm going to start first with deleting this API key by revoking it. I'm just going to revoke. That's it. And what I want to do is I want to create a new API key now. Okay. Right. So let me go and create a new API key, and we'll use this key to connect our Mailchimp account with WordPress. So let's scroll down here. You see this create new key? Click on it. Right click. Now here, give your API key a name, then generate key, then copy that key to clipboard, then come back over here and paste your key right here. Click on Save Changes. And there you go. Mailchimp was successfully connected with your account. But we're not done yet. We need to create a form first. In order to create a form, click on this little form link. Then over here, name your form. So I will name it subscribe. Click add new form. And what this will do, it will just create the most basic form out there. And you can actually preview this form right here on the right hand side. This is the form's code. All right. And this is the form preview. I'm going to click Save Changes. And so now we'll go back to Appearance and click on Widgets. And then let me show you where you can add the form. So I'm going to click the default sidebar over here. Click. Let me scroll down over here. Mailchimp sign up form. Drag and drop that Mailchimp sign up form and place it wherever you want to place it. So let's say that you want to place it at the first before the ads. You can do that. And so right now I placed it. You can give it a title. I'm going to give it a title of subscribe. And save. And so now if I go to visit my website, open the website in a new tab. All right, let me scroll down because that's at the bottom, the right sidebar is where we're going to be able to see it. If I scroll down, you can see now we have our subscribe form. And people can actually go ahead and join that. Okay, that's pretty cool. All right, so now we have done our job with this. Let's go ahead now and install Rank Math, which is a plugin that's going to enable us to write and optimize SEO articles. Okay, but also it'll also enable us to connect the website with Google Analytics and Google Search Console. So let's go ahead and do that right now. All right, so let's go ahead and install this plugin called Rank Math. Go to Plugins, click on Add New. Now there's also another plugin that you can use to optimize your blog post for SEO known as Yoast SEO, but that plugin is more good on the premium version than on the free version. And on the free version, it doesn't allow you to connect your website with Google Analytics and Search Console. So I'm going to go over here and search for Rank Math. I don't know if you were good at math, guys and girls, but it's not really good. Okay, so I'm going to click on Install here. This is the plugin I'm talking about, 1 million installations. Right. And okay, so here, chatgpt. Right. There's a chatgpt plugin. It's pretty good. All right, so let me scroll up and make sure that we activate this plugin. All right, so all that's left right now is to click on Activate, and I want you to pay careful attention with me because this requires your complete attention and focus. Now here, click on Connect Your Account. Right, we're setting up the wizard now. Choose your Google account. Click on OK, Activate Now. Right here, just keep Advanced. Click on Start Wizard. Right here, choose your blog or say what your blog is about. In my case, it's a personal blog, but you can choose whatever you want. You can make it a small business site. Website name, choose your website name. Now the logo, right? We're going to use our main logo. All right, let's go ahead. I'm going to use this logo. Now make sure that the logo is not dripping from the side because this is the logo that they're going to use for Google. Now over here, default social share image is the default image that is going to be used when someone shares your post on Facebook, especially when that post doesn't have a featured image. So in case you have written a post, you have done everything right, but you forgot to add the featured image, this image right here is what's going to be shown as the default social share image. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead to Canva and design this image right now. The dimensions are 1200 by 630. There you go. It's a custom dimension actually. And let me just go over here to add this, right? I'm going to go to Elements. And right here, I'm going to go to search for something about the topic of gaming. Right, gaming, and then photos. Now we have multiple images. I like this one here. I'm going to set this one as the background, and there you go. Download. I'm going to go back here, and I'm going to upload this. So this is the image we're going to use for default social share. Just wait here. There's the one. There you go. And let's use this file. Let me just wait for a second over here. All right, make sure that you add the alt text. Click use this file. And so right now we have our default social share image. Let me click on save and continue here. Click on connect to Google services. Choose your account. And click on continue. Now over here, make sure that you select the website that you want to connect, right? By clicking over here and selecting the specific website. And over here, the property, select the view as well. Well, naturally, the view is going to be selected by default. And the property is a Google Analytics property. So go ahead, create your Google Analytics account, create your first property for this website. And you can later on come back here and put the property in the account. Now over here, I'm going to click Save and Continue. Now we can connect Google AdSense using this plugin, but it requires the Pro version. And since we're using the free version, we can't do that. So let's scroll down over here. Don't do anything. Just click on Save Changes or Save and Continue. And right here as well, just click on Save and Continue. And over here, just go back to the dashboard by clicking on the Return to Dashboard. There's no reason to set up any advanced options, except for I want you to tick this box, which will monitor your 404 links. Now, 404 links happen when, for example, you have a page and then all of a sudden you delete that page. Now, that page won't be removed by Google because it's still indexed by Google Search Console. And so people are going to still be able to find that link. But the problem is when they click on it, they will be directed to a 404 page, and that will give them a poor customer experience. When you enable this, what this plugin will do is it will redirect people to another link, right? And that will particularly not be as bad as directing people to a link that has nothing except for a big headline that says 404 error. Now that we have connected our website with Google Analytics and Google Search Console and installed Rank Math plugin, let me go over here and let's create our first post. So here, click on Add New on Posts. And I want to take you to this very special website. It's very dear to my heart, actually. Now, this website is called BuzzSumo, and you can actually use the pro version of it for 30 days of free trial. I think I have around 16 days of free trial left in the tank. Now, I'm just going to go to App here. Now log in, create your free trial, and this website is amazing because it would enable you to find out what's trending. Of course, you can use Google Trends, but I just like to use this one. Now here I'm going to go to Discover, Trending Feeds, and you can select trending by country. You can already see some trending information here or some trending posts. Now I'm going to select the United States. You can select whatever country you want. and select the trending feeds. And here you can use a filter. If you don't use a filter, what's going to happen is they're only going to show you they're going to show you news, but there is a possibility that they will show you some blogs in Spanish. And you don't want that, right? We want everything to be in pure English. Not to say that ChatGPT can't translate from Spanish to English, but I would like my blog posts to be in English. This is what I'm talking about, actually. This one here is not in English, but it's here. Now, one thing I want to tell you here is just look at how much engagement this is getting, right? Now, this is the Washington Post. Now, this was published on Facebook 3 hours ago. And just look at how much engagement this has got on Facebook, okay? This is because the topic here is a very hot topic, okay? And that's the reason why I have created many videos showing you how to basically create a news blog. That's also a very profitable website that you can add, because a news blog is very simple. You just have to go and find out the news that are trending, use ChatGPT to write blog posts about that, post that on your website, share that on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and all the social media channels. Boost your website with some advertisements, grow your Facebook, grow your other channels, get some people interested. And after that, you'll get a lot of traffic, because everybody likes negative news. Everyone likes to see protests, news about protests, news about, I don't know, news about anything, news about a superstar. So people like these news. For example, this is about this particular actor known as Brendan Fraser. I don't know where I saw this guy, maybe in Jumanji. But anyways, this guy's a famous actor. Just look at how much this has got. Now, this 52,000 people engaged with this. And so this is a pretty good way to basically find out what people are engaging with and to write something about it, to make money from it. Now I will scroll up here. I'll choose the language filter as English. And here you can create an alert. You can create an alert, and what this will do is whenever some new topics were added, this will be sent to you via email, notifying you, hey, this was released XX hours ago, and it has gotten this amount of people interested in it. And this will actually enable you to stay up to date about what's happening without having to have your computer with you all the time. You can have your phone and you'll get notified about the news, and you can just start thinking right away about what to do about it. Now here, I will use the keyword tool, and I will go for games. Let's search for games. Now over here, we have 2 on 50, search volume 1.8. We have some posts here. Cool math games, crazy games, Google Play Store, games free, games unblocked. All right, so I'm going to go for this topic. I'm going to click View Full Insights. And let's see what some other people have already written about this topic. Now we have this particular article that has gotten 1,200 people engaged with it. And it's written by Kotaku.com. Right? Now we have a lot of blog posts in here. Now let's take, for example, this one here. Now this is a blog post, and we're going to try to do something better than this. Right? I'm going to try to do something better. Now I have a topic in mind, which is the best games for 2023, right? Now I'm going to go here, and I want to urge you to, before going to ChatGPT, go to Google and search for this extension known as RPM. Now this extension is pretty good with ChatGPT, and let me show you why. But first of all, just go ahead and install that extension. You can already see over here that it has 500,000 users, and that's for a reason. Now, once you install that, go ahead and log into your ChatGPT session. Now, I have ChatGPT Pro, so I can use ChatGPT for as much as you want. But once you install the RPM extension, you will have access to 1,704 prompts. Now, some of these prompts will enable you to do some crazy stuff. For example, this one here if you click on it, you just have to give it the title of your course, and it will give you an entire course outline, right? And you can go ahead and create a course about it and sell it on Udemy, sell it on Skillshare, sell it on these platforms. Let's say, for example, I want to create a course around Amazon KDP, right? And so right now it's going to go ahead and it is writing the course title. It is writing the modules of this course. It is writing some real examples, activities. It is writing everything you need to have in order to create a course. In our case, we just want to use it to create a blog. All right, so if you want to create a blog post with this, now there are a lot of prompts out here. For example, I can choose this prompt: human written, 100% unique, SEO optimized article, and all that stuff. Now, there's a lot of prompts that you can do, right? You can create YouTube script. You can create a course. You can create an ebook, right? An entire ebook from scratch. You just have to search for the prompt from here. If you search for ebook and click on enter, right? So you have ebook, one-click creator, right? So it's just a lot of stuff that you can do in here, and it's growing actually. The number of prompts that are available are growing. Right now it's at 1,704, and it's going to continue to grow. Now, in our case, we would like a fully SEO optimized article, including the FAQ, and we would like that article to be about top 23 PC games, right? Our top 2023 PC games. So now it's writing the entire article for us, right? So it's writing the introduction. It has given us the meta description, the title of the post. So I'm going to take that title, and since we have already created the post, I'm going to have to give it a title here. There you go. And of course, I'm going to go back here. Let me see if it has written the content. Okay, so it has written the content here. Now, we're going to use some images, right? Because for these particular games, Starfield, I'm going to find an image for it, Hogwarts Legacy. So you can see it's pretty good, right? It's pretty good in terms of writing this. So I'm going to copy the entire thing along with the FAQ and the conclusion. And come back over here and paste this stuff. Now, we still have some editing to do over here. Now, this one, I got to make this, right? I got to make this an H1. Well, first of all, I'm going to have to remove the bullet on this. Like this. And I'll make this, right? I go to headings. I'll make this one an H2. Right, I think we can't really make more than 3 H2s. Now, let's make the H1, let's make the introduction an H2. And the rest, we're going to make them an H3. And, of course, we're going to add this top 23 PC games, the ultimate list, as an H2. Just to allow for structure. This one is H3. Right, Hogwarts Legacy. Let me just remove that. All right, let me just, I'm going to make this heading number 3. And I'll do the same thing for the other games. And I'll show you how to optimize this post for SEO. Don't worry. So Battlefield 6, heading number 3, Elden Ring. This is also a good game. Click here, heading, right? It's actually, I want it to be a heading, not a bullet. Click here, click on H3, and then Rainbow Six Extraction, this one as well. We need to make it heading 3, H3, and the FAQ will make this an H6. So I want to go to heading, click here, click heading, H6, and you can see that the size of it is small, so I'm gonna select it. And I want to make it a little bit bigger, so I want to make it large. Now, when it comes to the Q&A, for the questions, I'm going to take the questions, make them bold, right? This is also a question. So I'm going to take it, go back here, make it bold. This one here is also a question. I'm going to take it, click here, go to heading, and not heading actually, I'm sorry. I should have kept it how it was. I'm just going to add a bold effect to it. And here for the conclusion, we'll also make it an H6. Because that's usually what conclusions are, except for I'm going to make it large. And go here, make it large. That's it. So now we have our text. We can add some more, so I'm going to ask it, right? So I'm going to ask it to add a little bit more content. Can you add more to the conclusion? Right. So it's going to go ahead and add some more. We need a little bit more text. I'm going to take this text because this post here is very small, so it's not really. Posts need to be bigger. There's a dot that I need to add over here to finish with the line. And so I think this is pretty cool. If we need to add more content, we'll do. Now over here, let's start optimizing this post for SEO. Now I'm going to click over here on this particular element. And we want to rank for the term top 23 PC games, or right, top 23 PC games. Okay. All right, so let me use this as the focus key phrase. Add it here. And you can see that now we've jumped from 13 to 65 SEO score. I'm going to click on edit snippet. Here we don't have a permalink. So I'm going to use top 23 PC games 2023 as the permalink. And let me go and get that meta description that this has written for us. Now you need to make sure that the meta description is not longer than 160 characters. And you can basically ask ChatGPT to do that for you if you want. Now you can go and ask ChatGPT, can you write a meta description? And make sure that you, in the meta description, that you integrate top 23 PC games, because that's the focus key phrase. Now let me scroll down over here. Focus keyword is not found in the URL. Well, actually it should be there because I've just added it. So this is the URL, the permalink, and I think it is there. Top 23 PC games. Let me just try to do this. Right, I've already added it, but for some reason it's still showing it as not added. Well, I'm just going to leave it at that. Here, I'm going to click on additional, add an image with your focus keyword as an alt text. So I'm going to go to Canva here. Let's look for an image that has something to do with top games of 2023. So I'm going to go to Canva, use a very decent looking image to kind of get the click-through rate. Now remember, the images that you use must be good for click-through, right? Don't use poor images. Now over here, I'm going to go for gaming. Let me go to photos. We have a bunch of images out here. So I think this one is pretty cool, right? I'm going to add this one, set as background, download, and then I'm going to go back over here. I want you to click on this wheel icon, scroll down here, click on featured image, click set a featured image, upload, set. And let me go over now and just add my image that I have just downloaded from Canva. Now you can download your images from Pixabay, from Unsplash, from a bunch of websites. I just prefer Canva because I have the pro version. It enables me to download pretty good images. And it's also good because there is no copyright involved, because I can download and put these images on my website. All right, so now the image is getting loading, so I can add an alt text. Now the alt text must contain my focus key phrase, top 23 PC games. Set, right? And I just added that. Let me go back to the SEO. You can see that now we've jumped to 70. Let me click on additional. Now link out to external resources. Okay, so let me take, for example, top PC games in 2023. And let me try to link this to an external resource by clicking over here. Let me go to Google and let's search for top PC games 2023. Now the first one here is this website Engadget. So let's just click copy. Now what you can do, you can also add affiliate links. So if you're affiliated with a specific program, you can add their affiliate link. Over here you can see that the score is 75. Now there are no internal links. Okay, well that's not a problem. Let me open up the dashboard in a new tab, and I'm just going to go and get a link, an internal link, and let's internally link this blog with another blog that we have. Now over here we have this blog and we have this blog, so I'll choose The Witcher. I'll click at View to open this in a new tab. Now you need to make sure that when you're linking from blog to blog, that the links are relevant. Do not link from a blog to another blog that talks about a completely different thing. These blogs need to be contextually relevant to each other's before you can add the link, because otherwise you would be considered in the eyes of Google as using black hat tactics. Now black hatters, what they do is they just link to whatever page is on the website without taking into consideration the content and basically the context of the content. But anyways, for the purpose of example here, I'm just going to take this word and I'm just going to link to an internal page or post. And you can see that right now the score has jumped to 80. Now here they're telling us to use Content AI to optimize the post. Well, actually, I'm not going to do that. Content readability. Your content contains images or videos. Now, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take this a step further. And I'm going to go ahead and basically I'm going to add images inside. So I'm going to add an image of Hogwarts Legacy underneath Hogwarts. So let me go to Google. Let's search for Hogwarts Legacy. And let me find an image. I'm just going to go ahead and add these images to make our blog look seamless. And then we'll maybe find some videos, you know. So I have this image over here, this image over here. Let me click. I think this image is better. Now these images are subject to copyright, but we're not really using them for any commercial purposes. We're not using them and claiming that these are our own images. So it's okay for us to just put them in here. And the beautiful thing about images is that you can add links to your images. Now let me click this block here, click on image, upload. Let's add the first image, which is the Hogwarts Legacy image. Like I said, you can add a link to your image from here. Now I'm going to click on my image and I want to add an alt text. Right, I'm going to click here. Well, first of all, the image is loading, so I need to wait until it loads. And I want to add an alt text. I'm going to name it Hogwarts Legacy -top 23 PC games. And you can see that the SEO kind of improved. Now let's do the same thing for Battlefield 6. Let me search for a Battlefield 6 image. Battlefield 6. Okay. And okay, so Battlefield 6. I think this image is good. Just go ahead and just download it. This is a YouTube video, so there's no problem in us just downloading this. And we can even go as far as adding videos. I'll add that later, but right, this is an image. Well, actually, I should have added it on a download. So I'm just going to download it again. Go back over here to downloads. Right, and just download, right, and replace. Now, let me come back over here, click on the plus button. Go to, not gallery, actually. It's, I'm just going to delete this element. Add a new one. We just want an image. Okay, so let me just add an image. And same with the Hogwarts Legacy image. I'm just going to go ahead, paste my image right here. Now, Battlefield. Now, what you need to make sure of is that the images are all the same size. Okay, so this image should be the same size as this image and the other images. Now, one way you can do that is you can format your images on Canva using this particular dimension of 1200 by 630 pixels. But one way I can do it, or one way I choose to do it, is just to take the image and just basically just simply modify its size manually. Now you can add a caption, which is also going to be good. But first off, let me go ahead over here and click on Battlefield 6, top 23 PC games. And you can see the SEO score has kind of improved. Now here, let's first of all go and add captions. Let me click the first image. Hogwarts Legacy, PC Harry Potter game. Let me scroll down over here to this one. Let me click on it. This one is Battlefield 6 PC game. And let me add the Elden Ring image and then Rainbow Six extraction. Let me go first of all to search for Elden Ring. Let's go and find an image. I think this one is pretty good. Right? Click, download, Elden Ring, go to downloads, add, come back here, plus, image, upload. So once you get the hang of it, you can see that it's a very simple process. Paste your image. Now this image is a little smaller, so it needs to get bigger, so I'm just going to make it bigger. Unfortunately, the quality of this image doesn't look quite well, but I'm just going to keep it. I think it's not so bad. And here, I'm going to add a caption of Elden Ring dash or hyphens PC game. And over here on the alt text, I'm going to say Elden Ring top 23 PC 2023 PC games. And right here, I think I made a mistake, so I'm just going to have to correct this to ring instead of ring. All right, so Rainbow Six extraction is the last one that's left. Rainbow Six extraction. Right, so if I go now, let me find an image for this. I think this one is good. Let's download this one. It's also great to download images that have the title in them, right? Because with your heading and the image, you make it almost impossible for people to not know what the image is about or what the paragraph is about. So it's always good to repeat stuff. Now you can see this one here is also small, right? So I'm just going to have to make it a little bit bigger. And of course here, Rainbow Six extraction hyphens PC game. And over here, I'm going to say Rainbow Six extraction top 23 PC computer games. And let me go ahead and find an image, find a video that I can add at the introduction. Over here, I'm going to go click the plus button, search for video, YouTube. Let me go ahead and look for a video. Now, let's look for top games 2023 PC. Click on videos. I think there is a good video here. That's top 25 games. Let's click on that. Let me open this in a new tab. Now I just got the link. These annoying ads are annoying me. I'm going to go back now and just paste my video there. Click on embed. All right, so now we have a video embedded. Let's just wait for it to show. And you can see there that we have the video. We can add a caption here. Top 23 PC games. And let's go here, click. Now, unfortunately, they're still telling us that the focus keyword is not found in the URL. I don't know why. Let me try to do something here. Top 25 PC games in the world. Normally this should display. Let me try to remove the hyphens. That doesn't make it work either. All right, so just going to get this back. And we have no choice but to click on publish. But I think this post is well, except for, of course, we need a table of contents. So I'm going to go ahead and add a table of contents by clicking here, click on plus, look for table of contents. There you go. And this is the table of contents. Click on that table of contents, go to settings here. I want to set this up to be a different background, so I'm going to go for a light blue background. And I'm going to go ahead and customize this light blue background a little bit like this. Now we have a table of contents here, and I can take this table of contents, move it to the top, right, before the introduction. And you can see now that our score is 90 on a scale of 100, which couldn't really get any better. Now, over at the bottom here, we can add Facebook social share meta. We can make it different than what we have here. Now, basically, Facebook social share meta is when people post this blog post of yours on Facebook, in case you want to make the title and the description and the image different for Facebook, you can change that from here. Now, in case you want to review games, you can here click on enable review. You can give your review a basic name. So you can say top 23 games review. And you can add a review summary here. So I'll go back to ChatGPT. I'll ask it to do this for me. So I'll say, can you do a review for the quoted games? And so right now it's going to go ahead and write down a review for me. Right. Now I'm going to say I want you to write pros and cons review, as well as a, what do we call this? Review summary. Right. So here it's writing stuff. I'm going to take this. Now here for Starfield. Now here, the first review, I'm going to name it after Starfield. Starfield review. And I'm going to go to review pros and cons. I think if we do this individually, it's not going to look good. So what I'm thinking of doing is I'm going to ask it to do a global review, not per game. Okay, so let's do a more global review now. Right, let me scroll down. One common, right. Okay, so I'm going to say do it in the format of pros and cons. Right. Okay, so now it's pretty good. Here I'm going to say top 23 PC games review. Let me go over here to pros. Let me add the first pro. So the pro here is a diverse lineup of games across all of this. Click. Let's add the second pro. Come back here. Copy. Come back here. Paste. Then come back here. Copy. Come back here and then click plus, then paste, then come back. And take this one here and then come back here and then click plus, then add. Now for the bad, let me scroll down here. These are the cons. Come back, add the first one, then over here, let's take the second one. Click plus, add that as well, then click plus, then come back, right, come back here, paste, and right, let me click or copy this stuff, which is the review summary. Let me go here to review settings, put this as review summary, and there you go. I think we've done a pretty good job. Now here, review rating, we can rate the review. Well, I would not really like to do that, but anyways, just keep it like this. And if you're promoting a product, you can actually add where to buy the product. So if you're writing a review about, let's say, Hogwarts Legacy, you can scroll down to the bottom, name your review as Hogwarts Legacy Review, and you can come in here and put a link where people are supposed to go and purchase the Hogwarts Legacy PC game. You can put the price, you can even put the shop link, and you can even put the shop logo icon. I'm not going to do any of that. I'm just going to update, and let's go and check how our post is going to look for now. I'm pretty sure it's going to look pretty awesome. Right, so I'm going to click here on preview in a new tab, and this will open up a new tab for me. And let's check this out, right? I think this is pretty awesome. So if I scroll down, we have our featured image. At the bottom, we have our content, we have a video, titles. Everything seems perfect. And besides, this is highly optimized. You can see our ads over there. You can see this little review with pros and cons. And like I said, you can add links, you can add a bunch of stuff. So I think this is pretty good. And this is how you write an SEO optimized article from scratch. Now, at the bottom here, you can see that you can override view counter settings. So if you click this, you can set the view to be for whatever you want. Let's say, for example, you want to set this up to be for 540 views. If you update, and if I come back over there and just refresh the page, this will change, right? Let me just refresh another time. Right, so over here, you can see that now we have 540 views. And this is good because you don't want the same number of views for every post. You want to do the number of views for all posts. Now, for the rest of the stuff, I'll just leave it as automatic. Split posts, well, if you want to do split posts, you can do them. And basically what split posts are is you can actually split your post, and for one thing, that will increase the number of views on your website because you're going to segment your post into 4 or 3 or 6, I would say, portions. Let's do that. For example, here, if I click enable, now here we have different templates. And so now if I just, for instance here, if I update, let me show you what's going to happen in detail. Update, right? This is also a good thing to test, split posts. Even though I don't really like it because I like to give people all the content. Over here, still nothing has split because I think we need to do something from here. Split numbering, split post by using this tag. Right, okay, so here we have different templates. Now this is the template number 1. Okay, let's choose template number 8. Let's click on update. Right, and so now I can go back there and just publish or just refresh. If I go and refresh now, pretty safe to say that now changes are going to be propagated exactly as we want them. So if I scroll a little bit down, it still didn't really propagate for some reason. But anyways, maybe I can create a tutorial on that later because I think it should have worked. Split post by H1 by using this tag. All right, so split header numbering, ascending, X descending. All right, so I think I'm just going to disable the split post here for this instance. And for the rest of this stuff, there's not really a need for seeing that, except for, let's say if you want to make this a trending post, you can activate that as a trending post. And so now this post will be proclaimed as trending with a little bit of a Shazam kind of icon here. You can see that. And this signifies that this post is trending. So I think we've done pretty much all that we need to do. Now there is just a little bit of work. Now we need to go ahead and create a contact us page or modify the contact us page because here on the contact us page, we don't have a form. We don't have a subscription form. And so we need to go ahead and add a subscription form over here. And so how do we do that? Well, Now this is, first of all, this is not a page, this is just a link. So I'm going to go ahead to the WordPress dashboard. All right, so I'm going to go back here to appearance. Let me go to the menu here. First thing I want to do is I want to delete the contact link from the menu. So let me select footer navigation. Well, actually, it's already selected. So let me click on this contact page. Now, I'm not pretty sure if I want to delete it because it's a page. I thought it would be a link. But anyways, over here, I'm going to delete the privacy policy. As far as the advertise link, let's just keep it. Right, remove the privacy policy link. And let me go here to pages. Let's create a privacy policy page. All right. Click on pages, click on add new. Well, okay, so first of all here, I'm going to have to save the menu before moving onwards. Then I can move to pages. All right, so here we are on pages. I'm going to click on add new. And the first page we'll create is a privacy policy page, and we'll use chatgpt to generate the content for us in that regard. So privacy policy, publish again. Then once that's published, I'm going to go and click edit with Elementor. I'm going to come back over here, open up a new chat, and I want to say I have a blogging game website and want you to create a thorough privacy policy for my privacy policy page. Right? And so it's going to go ahead right now and write the policy for us. Okay, so now all that's left is I'm going to go and add a section. And on that section, I'm going to go and put a text editor. And that's it. So I'm going to go back to ChatGPT, see if the content is written. You can see that the content is already at the middle here. Let's just wait for it to complete. All right, so I think it just completed the content. And I'll just download or just take this content from here. Okay. Copy, come back here and delete this, paste. Now, of course, you can't just paste everything like this and just keep everything. You have to read this stuff, and you have to make sure, for example, here that you remove these brackets and add the required data. So for example, here they're requiring you to add your gaming website. So go ahead and add your gaming website there. And that's it. So click on update. Now we have our privacy policy page. All that's left is to go ahead and modify the contact page to add a contact form. So I'm going to go back to the WordPress dashboard over here. As it happens, we already have the contact page added, but first of all, I want to go to the menu here, and I want to add my privacy policy page to the footer menu. So I'm going to go to pages here, privacy policy, add to menu. There you go. I'll make it before the contact page, and let me go right now to pages. Click on all pages. Right, first of all, I always forget to save the menu for some reason. Click save menu first. Then right now I can go to pages, not add new. I want to go to all pages. And so this is the contact page. Now you can see over here that I'm not allowed for some reason to edit this with Elementor. Well, actually no problem. I'm going to trash the page and create a new one from scratch. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create a new one from scratch. I'm going to go over here to add new. And then let me just come back over here to add a new page from scratch. Now this page, I'm going to name it contact, publish, and then edit with Elementor. Now I'm going to import a ready to go wireframe. So we're not going to do any design here, any fancy design stuff. Everything is going to be ready for us. It's not going to take us more than 2 minutes to design this contact us page, believe me. Right, so here we are. I want you to click on this add template, go to pages. Now, since we have the free version, we can't use the pro elements with the pro tag on them, but we can use the free stuff. So search for contact. And here, let's get a free wireframe that we can use. Right. Let me search first. All of these are about us pages, about us, about us. This one is good. Now let me click on Insert. Click on Get Started to connect your account with WordPress. Now once you've connected your account, you can click on Apply. And the design is going to be applied. Well, it's not going to look the best. There's still going to be a little bit of customization that we need to do. It's nothing fancy, but we're going to customize it exactly to what we want. All right. Now here, I'm going to remove this image, and instead of that image, I'm going to add my own logo. So I'm going to go for my little logo over here, paste that right there. Now the image is pretty small, but thinking of just removing it, that would be better. Over here, you can edit this. You can put your own phone number in here. Now right here, I think this one is a little bit big, so I'm going to go here, change the typography to 50 instead of 65 to bring it in line. Over here, you can add an image. Let me go and try to find an image like this one here. And here we can also add an image right here. I'm going to go and fetch an image. Something like this. And you can manipulate all of this. You can change your address. You can change your hours, the number of hours that you work. You can change your email. You can change all of this stuff. And here you have this amazing widget, which if you click on it, this is a Google Maps widget, and you can add your own location. Go and find your location, add your address location here, and it will display to people over here. And you can actually even make this a little smaller if you'd like. Now visit us here. I feel like I need to make this also 50 in size. And one other thing is that you can add your own address here. Now if I scroll down here, I can click this image and change this to my logo. And one last thing is I can add a contact form inside. So I'm going to click the plus button over here, click plus. Then I'm going to add this section. I'm going to go here and let me search for a short code. Drag and drop that short code here in the middle. Update. Now the question is, let's go and create the short code. So I'm going to preview the changes to open up a new tab. And let me go and show you where you can basically get the short code for this particular page. So I'm going to go to the dashboard here. Now let's see if we still have the WP Forms plugin or Contact Form 7 plugin. If we don't, I'm going to have to download it. So I'm going to click on Installed Plugins over here. Hopefully we have the WP Forms plugin. Now we have the Contact Form 7 plugin, but it's not activated. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Activate. And let's create a very basic form that we will put on our contact page over here to allow people to send us a message. Right. So now you can modify everything out here. You can modify these texts. You can add new text. And you can make use of ChatGPT to do that. Now here I'm going to click on the settings on Contact Form 7. And let me take you here to Contact Form 1. Now we already have this code, this short code. So there's a form that's already created. It's a basic form. You can just copy this code, come back here, scroll down, click on the short code, and paste it here. So now we have a form. It looks pretty awesome. Update. And we're done with our contact form or our contact page. So now I think everything is done except for we need to make sure we do the linking right. So I'm going to close this window and I'm going to make sure to go to the menus here to make sure that the contact page actually points to the exact contact page that we created. Now go to Appearance, click on Menus here. They're saying here that there are some invalid menu items, and that's for a reason because this contact page is invalid. Let's go ahead, click on it, remove it, and let's click View All. Let's add our newly created contact page, and now everything is set. If I click Save Menu, everything is now better. So if I go and visualize my website, everything is going to feel just awesome. So let me just take you down here. At the bottom here, if we click on the contact page, it will take us to the contact page that we have just created. Okay, you can see it right here. It's pretty cool. Yep. Right, so this is the contact page. Let's go back here. And finally, I'm going to show you how to optimize your website for speed, or at least give you some tips to optimize your website for speed, because you can have the best website out there, but if your website is slow, people are not going to appreciate it. So I'm going to give you some tips to make sure that you make your website fast, and that will be a wrap up for this entire course. The first thing you need to do to speed up your website is install a plugin for caching, right? So you'll find many plugins. Just go to plugins, click on add new, and you'll find a lot of plugins out there. Now the plugin that I use is basically this plugin over here, WP Fastest Cache. Now most of these plugins have a free and a pro version, which means that you can use the free and the pro version. Now I like WP Fastest Cache because I had the best results with it, but you can basically choose whichever plugin you like for caching. Now this is WP Fastest Cache. It's already active because I already installed it. And if you don't like WP Fastest Cache, you can use Lightspeed Cache, you can use WP Super Cache, WP Optimize. There's a lot of them. Just make sure that you're installing a good plugin that has a good amount of reviews and was last updated regularly. What these plugins enable you to do, and if I take you, for example, to WP Fastest Cache options, is they enable you to delete the cache, which will speed up your website. They enable you to basically here set the caching system or enable the caching system. They enable you to preload all the cache on the site automatically. They enable you to clear cache when a post or page is published. Now, I don't recommend you to minify HTML or CSS or JavaScript because that might crash your website. But in my opinion, just click on enable here. Now, second thing to basically speed up your website is to make sure that you're only using the plugins, or you're only activating the plugins that you use. So in case you have here 40 plugins and you're only using 20 of them, then you are spending, I would say you're basically making your website a lot slower because you have a lot of plugins that you're not using. So here I have 19 plugins and I'm using all of them, and that's why all of them are activated. And if I wasn't using some of them, I would have just deleted the ones that I'm not using. So always keep the plugins that you use, because plugins are not really a fancy thing, or it's not a race on who can download the most plugins. It's just use the plugins that you use and only keep the ones that you use. The ones that you don't, delete them. Now, same with themes. Over here, if I go to appearance and click on themes, with themes, it's basically the same thing. Now, right here, I'm using Jnews, and I have this theme over here that's installed. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete it because it's just taking space and making my website slower. So only keep the theme that you are using. Another good practice is to install a child theme of your own theme so that when anything happens to the child theme, it doesn't mess with your entire theme. And that's a topic for another conversation. But a child theme is something you could go and do research about. It's basically very easy to create, and it protects your website data. Now over here on media, if I take you to the media library, here's a tip that you need to do. Whenever uploading an image, before you upload an image to your own website, you need to go to this website known as TinyPNG and compress your image. Okay, compress your image to basically just remove some size from it. So I'm gonna take an image from my computer here to just show you an example of what this will do. So if I take, for example, this Hogwarts Legacy image, the size of this image is 948 kilobytes. Now, if I compress this using TinyPNG, now the size has been reduced to 317. So 60% size was saved. And now if I download this image, trust me, there's not really going to be a huge difference between the compressed image and the normal image unless you really zoom really inside. That's when you're going to lose a little bit of compression. But when people are reading your blog posts, they're not really going to zoom in to the image because they're not really interested. And so they're more interested to read your blog. And so you can perfectly use this tool to resize images before adding them. Also, never add large videos on your media library. And when you are using videos, it's better off to embed videos from third-party websites such as YouTube, Dailymotion, Facebook, and never really embed a large video. So you can't take a film or a 3-hour video, put it here on your media library to use it on the website, because that is going to basically make your website a lot slower. One thing you can do is you can use third-party websites like YouTube, Dailymotion, Amazon S3 services to host your videos, and you can link or embed your videos on Gutenberg, using Gutenberg. That's another good practice here. Another good practice is to optimize your posts. Now, most of the time, people just want to write the biggest post. Now, in your case, you should not just focus on writing the biggest post, but focus on quality instead of quantity. Another thing is, and finally, is a CDN. Now, Cloudflare CDN integrates pretty well with WordPress websites, and Cloudflare CDN will make your website considerably faster. If you connect Cloudflare to your website, it will make it faster. There are a lot of YouTube videos that are going to teach you that. And doing all of this stuff that I just taught you now will immediately make your website a lot faster, and you'll see considerable results. So right now, let's go and take a walk and have a look at our website for a final time. And I think that we have actually hit on every single necessary point. And I'm really comfortable with just pausing the video now, and I think we've done a good job. So there you go. Finally, we have created our website, and I think it's pretty good. Well done. Go ahead, create yours, and leave me in the comments section what you would like me to create my next video about.